Good afternoon and welcome to the MODUS Super Series. So we've got a 2-for-1 offer for you today. 2 sessions in one day. It is a double delight here on Thursday. Group C gets the action underway, and these are the players involved. It's a long-awaited return for David Wazuski at the Super Series. A regular in Southampton, he'll be hoping to catch fire in the heat. As for Anton Oslund, he was the spoiler on Wednesday at the Super Series. If he can keep those consistent levels up, he's got more than a chance of progressing through Group C. As for Mindaugas, well, he's been turning things up as the week goes along. Can our Lithuanian make it through to the finals? As for Ryan Harrington, a return to the Super Series for him, yet to qualify for a finals night, but we know one thing for sure, he's the king of the big finishes. And as for Leighton Bennett, it was a bit more of a boom yesterday. The 17-year-old getting better as the week goes along, his temperament in fine top shape and his game getting there as well. So that is what we've got to come over the next few hours or so. And we're going to be watching it in the company of Mace the Ace, Chris Mason. And Chris, this is an intriguing Group C because you've got players here who will all fancy their chance, but players maybe as well with a couple of question marks over them. Yeah, and we've got a new player in Joe Croft. It'll be interesting to see how he takes to Super Series life. Myself and Nico have had a good dig around to try and get some background info on him in regards to his darting capabilities. More on that when we do commentate on him in game one. But yeah, David Wazuski, know plenty about him. Ryan Harrington, a very experienced tour card holder. Leighton Bennett now has had 3 days to just settle in, and let's be honest, his finest game came in the last game yesterday, so he should be confident going into here. Barauskas, know plenty about him already. The one who impressed me the most in Group A was Anton. I thought he was fabulous, produced many ton-plus finishes, plenty of 180s. The only question mark over him was his consistency on the outer ring and on the doubling. If he gets that right, he wins this group. So let's see what the bookies think about that then. This is the outright betting. Well, they have Oslund at 9-2. So on the basis of what we've just said there, I suppose he's going to be your value, isn't he? Yeah, I think he is. I think that's too big for him. I think Wazuski's too short. Myself and Nico have had a look at his Challenge Tour running numbers. Yes, they're slightly higher than the rest of the field, but not by a big enough margin to make him a favourite. In fact, you could probably separate the top 4 or 5 by maybe a point in terms of betting. Maybe valuing with Leighton Bennett, because if he reproduces the form he showed in his final game and takes that across the course of 2 days, it's going to be very tough to beat. And we've seen from David Wazuski in the past, particularly back in his days when he played this tournament in Southampton, that he's got a very high ceiling. Yeah, listen, he's made finals night, hasn't he? Yeah, good player, but his level at the moment is sort of mid-80s. Is that enough to give him a big enough cushion? I'm not so sure. I'm not sure. I think he's a great player. It's nothing personal, but from a betting standpoint, I'm not that sure he's that much better than everybody else to be a 9-4 favourite. Well, let's see what the bet builders say. And this is what you at home are thinking. This is an amalgamation of bets that make their way through the exchange. To put them in a handy little acca for you now. You've been having some oohs and ahs about the bet builder this week. What do you make of this one? Yeah, I don't mind it. It's okay. Osland's had, I think, 7 or 8 ton-plus finishes, more than anybody else so far this week. So I get why the punters at home are interested in that one. Bennett versus Wazuski, a winner at 4-6. I suppose they're basing that on the fact of Leighton's lower level play that we've seen from him over the opening 3 days. Harrington Croft, player 180s, Harrington over 0.5. And what we do know about Harrington is he does love to hit a 180. So actually, I don't mind that. Just under 4.5 to 1. We finally got there. A bet builder that Chris Mason agrees with. Great work at home, everybody. Right, the work is about to begin for our players. Leighton Bennett is going to be first to the hockey. He takes on Joe Croft, debutant in this competition, ADC qualifier this week, and with a very interesting darting backstory, as he tells me about when I spoke to him this morning. Joe, welcome to the MODUS Super Series. How much are you looking forward to the next couple of days?
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. It's new to me. It's something I've been working towards. So, yeah, I just can't wait to get going now.
For those who may not have seen as much of you before, just describe a little bit about yourself and your darting journey.
Yeah, well, I was born into it. Yeah, I haven't really played much previous to sort of January. I had a few stints here and there in the PDC, but apart from that, I sort of took the game serious. I made a decision in January to stop playing football, and then the journey's just kicked on from there because I put my all into the game. So, yeah. Touched
upon it there. Famous family member. For those that don't know, you're the grandson of Ollie Croft, the founder of the BDO.
Yeah. Like that, as I said, I've been born into it. So, yeah, proud of what my granddad's done, but want to kind of make my own name in the game. So. That's where I'm aiming to sort of take the darts, really.
So looking to create your own legacy. It's been a good week for yourself, signed with a manufacturer and things like that. What is the goals and aspirations, short and long term, for yourself?
Yeah, I think I've been given a decent offer. I took it up. I can't thank them enough, like I said, believing me in these early days in my journey. But then I think my long-term goal is to kick on now. I've got the right mindset. You know, I've got nothing holding me back. I've got nothing else to do now. I say that work-wise, but I do work, and the business is doing well. It's running itself, so putting my all into the game now.
We wish you all the very best this week, Joe. Good luck.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
Looking to create his own legacy and looking to be a success at the Super Series. Joe Croft in action then first up, taking on Leighton Bennett. It's the opening game of our Group C campaign here at the MODUS Super Series. 15 games to bring you to between now and 6 p.m. And in the commentary box for all of the action, it's a very good afternoon to Paul Nicholson, who's alongside Chris Mason.
It really is a wonderful afternoon, Henry, because we are welcoming Joe Croft to the fold, and we welcome back for a fourth consecutive day, Leighton Bennett, who started to show us a little bit more of what he could do yesterday. The pressure was off on Wednesday. Maybe the pressure comes a little bit more on Thursday, and we'll see how we will handle that. But this is a really intriguing group here in Group C. Top two will go through over the next couple of days. Each player will have 10 matches, 5 today and 5 tomorrow.
First leg is Joe to throw first.
Owen Binks has returned to referee all 25 games today because we do have Group B action tonight. But I suppose we have to start, 60. Chris Mason, with the name. I'm sure he's sick of talking about it, but because he's coming here for the first time, we have to.
Yes, synonymous with the sport, of course, the Croft 26. Name. His grandfather, Ollie Croft, who was the creator back in the 70s.
100.
Not without causing a few fractions along the way.
Now, which business person doesn't?
45.
Yeah. And it was the NADGB or something back then. I can't actually recall exactly what it was called.
121.
Very much like we had the split in darts in the 90s. That was going on in the early 70s. And Ollie Croft created the British Darts Organisation, who were a
96
darts promotional and organisation company. Went on to do it for many, many years. And of course, most famous, I suppose, for running or organising the World Masters and the World Championships on behalf of the World Darts Federation, who were the governing body of that time, and still remains
96
the governing body of the amateur game on that side of the sport. But a very bright start.
Yeah, early signs are good for both players.
Well, in that interview, you could tell he didn't lack confidence, did he?
40.
You said that a little bit earlier in the week about Rhys Griffin.
He was on the first leg.
But that is a really good start, considering this is the first time he's playing in front of cameras Now, we are live on the MODUS Super Series YouTube
Second
channel
against
for the
Leighton to
first
throw
6
first.
games, and then we will be joined by our good friends at Sporty Stuff TV. But as far as Joe Croft is concerned, and we're going to focus on him a little bit more in this first game because we've talked a lot about Leighton this week.
140.
Just before we go on to it, he went about his business, a tiling business. Well, the first headquarters of the video was actually
140.
was in the same building as Ollie Croft's tiling company, and he had a very, very famous tiling company back in the
27.
I'm not sure as early as the 50s, but maybe. And his own son went on to continue that business, as is Joe now. And
100.
there's actually many of the old buildings and structures in London that were actually tiled by the Crofts and that still remain to this day.
140.
So not only a legacy in the darting world, but also in other famous buildings. And of course, he
60.
was awarded by the Queen, wasn't he? Ollie Croft, for his services to sport.
I think it's really important that Joe said in his interview that
140.
he wants to create his own legacy, though it's sometimes very difficult to come out of the shadow of someone who's been there before. We talked about Aaron Monk with his dad, Colin.
Well, yeah, I mean,
99. Leighton, you're required
Ollie
54.
did play darts, but not to any great level. And I don't believe Oliver, Joe's father,
34.
did play, but I
Joe,
don't
you
think he
require
played to any
102.
massive level.
Are we going to see a 2-0 lead for Joe?
62.
Whether you agree or
Leighton,
not
you're required 20.
with that second dart attempt at the bull instead of the treble 14, doesn't matter because he did miss it. It's going to be the split option for Leighton.
Game
And
shot
that will
the
make him
second
feel
leg.
good because he's
Leighton
taken
Bennett.
that second leg in 18 darts. Throughout the week, he has had ups and downs, but
Phil against Joe to
he
throw
sent out a
first.
very
Game on.
honest post on X yesterday. I think I got that right. I think that's how they want it to be said instead of tweets on Twitter.
140.
But it said that he's definitely learning a lot about himself. He's been listening to some of the comments from you and I, Chris.
99.
It's encouraging.
He really does believe that he's going in the right direction, and he's listening to all of the critique that he's getting about very different things, and he's putting it into place.
Well, he certainly did that yesterday.
70.
And there was a massive improvement for me. Well, you look at his throw yesterday and go and have a look back at it
80.
on Monday. Night and day.
Absolutely. I just wonder where he's going to be in around 30 hours. Will he be in the top 2?
100.
He'd love to make an appearance on Saturday night. But regardless of what happens over the next couple of days, he's definitely going in the right direction.
Well, that's why we both felt Monday morning and we
90.
discussed it. What an absolute massive opportunity this is for him to do exactly what he said he'd done.
97.
That game that he had at the end of yesterday,
That was
averaging
stunning.
96.73. He's just had a bounce out there, I believe.
Yeah, and he had a 161 in there as well, didn't it?
Yeah, that was one
20.
of the best performances of the entire week. In fact, I
So you
make it the
require
second
94.
best
Yeah.
behind Benjamin Giroux.
Statistically, certainly.
It's going to be a layup here for Joe after 15. Now, in the first leg, he was sitting on tops after 15 darts.
54.
It's happened again. This is pretty strong on your throw to start from Joe.
And this is no surprise to you, is it, Nico? Because you've
No.
had a dig around to find out exactly his route
119. Joe, you
this
require
week.
40.
Yeah, we'll talk about that at the next leg.
Game
And it
shot
is
the
another
third
16
leg.
darter for
Joe
Joe.
Croft.
But sometimes it's fairly easy to find information about some people because they've either been here before, we've got some
Fourth leg
previous
is Leighton
behaviour,
to throw
but we're
first.
talking about someone now who is only just starting their journey. So we have to dig a little deeper. We looked into the
100.
amateur dart circuit statistics and particularly into his route of actually getting here. It was at the Kempston Con Club
99.
in Bedford. He was involved in a vault event, and that is where you're involved in a group situation, so you have to get out of your group,
122.
and then you go into a knockout scenario. Now, let's look at this. In his group, you had Steve West, who has won 2 weekly titles here and has participated
65.
in multiple Champions Weeks. He lost in the group to Steve. Then he lost in the group to Ryan Walsh. But then in that group, he beat James Williams
95.
and Dan Ferridge. And he also beat Joel Salerno. So he found his way through to the knockout stages with some really good averages
95.
like 96, 93.9. These are good performances, but he saved his best for last because he beat Liam Saxon by 3 legs to 2. He beat Paddy Clowry by 3 legs to 2. And in the final, he had a rematch with West and averaged over 104. So the ceiling of performance from
78.
this man
Lane
is known
140.
And against a quality opponent.
Indeed. In that area of the world, it does
60.
magnetise
Johnny
people
Rockmore,
from neighbouring counties like
164.
Hertfordshire and Buckinghamshire. So Bedfordshire is one of those counties that is not noted for dart players, but if you hold an event there, people
100.
will go
Lane
there.
Rockmore, 80.
Climb the ladder a bit here towards tops. That was a bit lower than he wanted, but it's still good.
40. Joey requires 64.
Clip the wire on the way through. This would hurt. And he's going to get 2 at double 8.
Game shoulder
Clinical.
4 flag.
16-16 and a 17 dart breaker throw. The winning legs for Joe Croft.
That kind of ceiling
Joe to throw first. Game
in
on.
this setting, in this environment, we'll get into that in a minute. That's going to be very useful over the next couple of afternoons.
Well, he's averaging over 92 and making it look
100.
very comfortable. And he's 3 out of 3 on his doubles. Nervous.
We've waxed lyrical this week about Anton Ostland's throw. But get a look at Joe's throw.
56.
It's very appealing. There's a lot to like about this.
Well, he would have spent his time as a young boy
95.
watching the best in the business apply their trade. So I'd like to know if there is a player that he sort of modelled his action on, or if he had a favourite player, just to
100.
see if there's some kind of continuity.
I've heard many a story from different players who said they actually stayed at the BDO headquarters in Muswell Hill.
Yeah, a lot did. Russell Stewart would have back in the day. Wayne Wynne, Eric did.
Simon Whitlock definitely did.
Yeah, a lot of the overseas players would actually stay at Muswell Hill. And we're a very, I know it's
99.
a cliche, but we're very much part of the Croft family. I for one, remember, I know there was lots said post-split and everything else that went on around it, but Eric was one of those that was devastated by it all because he was so close.
I like the bull here.
81.
18s was another option. It would have left him 164. There's a dart in front here at 3-1 up. This is a very strong position.
56.
If you think about Leighton over the last 3 days, he's had some of his worst performances in his first game. He's averaged in the 60s twice. I'm still looking at the glass half full when it comes to Leighton because this is over easy. This is still
130.
very encouraging.
Yeah, I mean, he was poor Monday and Tuesday. Like I say, averaged in the 60s. Yesterday was 76. So that was an
Joey O'Connor,
improvement.
48.
Prior to that visit, he was over 80.
Match darts for Joe.
32.
First sign of a little bit of...
How often do we see that? You don't miss a double all the way through until the match double.
They always say it's the hardest one to hit. But that has been a bit of a miss for Leighton this week,
Yeah,
going
but
for the bullseye.
That's
80.
something that can be addressed. That's
16.
That's something you can put right, whether it be a pre-thrown dart routine.
That is put right.
On the match.
And a very
Joe
fine
Croft.
debut here at the MODUS Super Series for Joe Croft, who figures it out to win by 4 legs to 1 in the very first game. 87 the average and 50% on the doubles. He will take that for sure. He may be one to watch. We're going to go into match number 2 next, where David Rzuski will take on Mindaugas Barauskas. Game number 2, and it's time to welcome back David Wazuski. He's up against Mindaugas Barauskas, or affectionately known as Mindy. It's a bit of a conversation going on at the start of this game, but I think the time for talking to stop is now, because they've got to follow in the footsteps of Joe Croft, who has had a very good debut match here.
Yeah, and in old BDO money way of counting, exactly 29 per dart.
And 29 per dart in old BDO money used to get you very far.
Get you an England place.
David from London, 46-year-old, up against Mindy, not from London, a little bit further east. But this is a decent test to see where David is at. He's actually the favourite for this group. I was quite surprised by that.
Yeah, 9-4 favourite. I like David. I like the way he plays the game. But his level of play, as we've already had a dig about this morning, is not that much higher than everybody else's. So I'm surprised he's been such a strong favourite.
Yeah, I think
Game on.
the odds compilers might be looking at some of his past behaviours in this and the Southampton setting.
41.
I have to agree with you, Mace. I think when it comes to his statistics that we have recently,
43.
we've got to go on those as opposed to maybe something that happened 18 months ago.
Yeah, exactly that. And the recent sample of numbers we've got can be taken from the Challenge Tour, which aren't, listen, they're far from poor. That's not my issue.
He's close to the top 75 in the averages list on the Challenge Tour. 57 matches for 85.12.
85.
In this group, that's going to be competitive. You've already seen in the first match an average of 87, so if you can get close to that, we could have some very good contests on our hands the next couple of afternoons. But it does mean that you're going to have to be really sharp when you get to the end of legs.
100.
Yeah, and David doesn't have a particularly big range. He's very solid. He'll sort of go from 80 to 90. That's his sort of range. Hence his average is bang on in the mid-80s.
Are you trying to tell me that
100.
he's
Mindigos require
not on fire
154.
at any point? He's actually just brimming under the boil.
60. David, you require 81.
He may well go on to win this Group C, but not in the fashion of a 9-4 favourite.
41. Mindigos require 94.
I like watching him because he's fast and he's very no-nonsense. That's 87 left. Mindaugas. He is going to double-check with the referee quite a lot. He doesn't want to go for something that isn't on, but it is on.
58.
Nudges the wire.
David, you require 40.
Double 10 for David. Like I said,
30.
you can't mess around on the
36.
doubles if you're averaging 85 or below.
Hamish on the first leg.
And Mindaugas takes full advantage. He's looking for a much better start in this group than that of Group A, isn't he?
On your vast database thingy
Second
over there,
Mindigos to throw
can you
first.
see what his
Game on.
doubling percentage is this year on the Challenge Tour?
My vast database thingy. I love that, by the way.
45.
It's one thing that they don't really collate on Dart Connect when it comes to the doubles percentages, because the information that is input, it can be slightly misleading for that.
180.
They say that they would put that on the Dart Connect system if indeed they could
85.
train everybody around the world to input all the information. It would just be a bit too much.
If they turned down a dart at the ball and went 18, that would be classed as a missed dart at a double.
60.
I get that.
But what we will do...
We've had this discussion many a time, haven't we, with people that don't
58.
understand it.
Indeed. Day on day, we will give you...
Well, we do it ourselves, don't we?
Yeah, and we like doing that because we are living in the matrix of darts. As far as Borowskis is
57.
concerned, he's 27% for the week. That can't continue. 39 hits from 144
95.
darts at double. Then I'm going to blow your mind in a minute because that's nowhere near the most amount of darts at double from anybody in Group A.
Not even close.
94.
You're going to love the next one. He's 36 darts short because Benjamin Drew Roos
44.
has
David, you
had
require
180 darts at double.
Oh, what a number.
That made me chuckle when I was coming up with that yesterday.
78.
The more important bit, how many did he hit?
53.
60. David, you require
So
32.
29%. Double 16 for Wazzy.
Game shot on the second
Finds
leg.
it with dart 3
David Wazowski.
on double 8. So no harm done in that first leg. This
Nope.
game's been playing in a mid-70s range. It's yet to catch fire.
Delegates David
pun
to throw
intended.
first. Game on.
Yeah, to get the break back instantly. It's very pleasing for David.
100.
Has been playing a bit of Challenge Tour this year. He's also played some WDF stuff.
Yes, he has.
And Wazzy recently
100.
went to the Antwerp Open, and it was held on the 4th of August.
140.
He lost out to a certain Matthew Edgar in the semi-finals by 4-0. Edgar would end up losing in the final to
60.
Wesley Plazier, the world master. But a decent run for Wazowski. And guess who he beat in the quarters?
45.
A certain Benjamin Drew Roos.
Wow.
Isn't it funny how things just happen together?
May well be playing him
140.
Saturday night. Benjamin back this evening in Group B. That starts at 10 o'clock on Sporty
100.
Stuff TV. I hope you can join us. If you do have any questions or comments, you can
78.
X
David, you require
or
116.
tweet direct into us in the comms box. Paul Nicholson does have the app open on his
Game shot on
computer
the third
thingy
leg.
majiggy
David Wazowski.
over there at MSS Darts, one word.
I do indeed own a computer thingamajiggy.
Fourth leg, it's Mindigos to throw
David
first.
owns a 2-1 lead thanks to that 116, which
Well, you have an array of thingamajiggies over there.
I really do. It's like the first day of school here.
100.
Everything's perpendicular. Pad, pen, spare pen, pen case, tablet, smartphone,
100.
lineup of matches,
Notepads,
soft libation.
fixtures.
100.
I enjoy my job. I love what I do. And I love watching these players develop. And
41.
they've all got the same goal this week.
I'm just looking at your side of the comms box and mine. Mine looks like someone's just dropped a bomb on it.
140.
I got notes everywhere. I know exactly what they are. Organised chaos, a bit like my life, I suppose.
An organised mess is better than a bad tidy.
140 minutes for 161.
I'm going to have that put on my gravestone.
Oh, hello.
136.
Would have been our second 161 of the week.
Well, that would have been tidily organised.
In fact, I think it would have been our third. Because Ostland
100.
had a 161, didn't he?
He did.
Well, that is not part of the plan. That's better. That
21.
one gives David a chance at 3-1.
120.
He's not going to get a shot now.
48. Mitigation require 4.
Double 2 for 2-2. And that has been plaguing him this week.
David requires
especially
72.
in the early part of Monday's session. It cost him so many chances of leads and bringing people back,
32.
but he's got another chance.
Mitigation required 2.
One up, one in. Well, that's perfect.
Game is on the 4 flag. Mindaugas Barouskas. Fifth leg, it's David to throw first. Game on.
It's a tight one, this second game. I wonder what we're going to get from Ostland of
60.
Sweden up against Ryan Harrington. We'll do a little bit of on this darting day in round number 2.
60.
Stick around for that. We've been doing that every day this week, and we even came up with a day where both myself and Chris Mason had been involved in certain ranking finals.
On the very same day, same year.
Indeed.
Different time zone, though.
100.
Slightly different temperature as well. But in Portsmouth today, it can't be ignored that it's going to be 28 to 30 degrees outside. We have conditioned this building as best we can
100.
for the rest of the afternoon, but I think the players know that they're going to have to play in rather warm conditions.
Well, I know players
91.
would love to traditionally play in front of a crowd, but I'm pretty sure they're happy that they're not doing so today because it would be, well, like a furnace in there.
Yeah, it wouldn't be pleasant
140. David, you require
from a
110.
temperature perspective anyway. No treble 18 means Mindy can take the
86.
lead.
Mitigation require 101.
Averages have gone up in this game towards the low 80s now. Double 16.
85.
Oh, a dart
David,
for
you require
3-2,
24.
and he would have been throwing for the match.
There you go, last start in for a 3-2
David
lead.
Wazuski.
And that previous shot from Mindaugas on double 16 was very appropriate, actually, because before he threw that, they'd had the
Simplex
same
Mindaugas to
amount
throw
of darts
first.
hit the
Game
double
on.
and the same amount of attempts. Just goes to show how close this fixture is.
And he has the lowest
100.
of the ton plus finishes of anybody so far this week. His highest out is just 100, so that would have trumped
60.
that, the 101.
Yeah, everybody apart from Mindaugas has got at least 2 ton plus finishes. He's just got the 1.
And
13.
it was 20 top stops, wasn't it?
It was done the fun way. His average for the week of
180.
80.04, only 0.05 of a point less than that of Leighton Bennett.
60.
He lost in round 1. Mindy is going the same way. Because it looks like the man who
100.
throws with an odd flight, he's getting closer to an opening 2 points.
100.
There's a
David,
little bit
you
of
require
rhubarb and custard going on with
161.
these flights here. That was a good cartoon, that.
Yeah, sure. I couldn't do it myself. Could you play with?
No.
No.
No, that upsets me a lot. Only in emergencies.
No.
I walked
97.
past your room this morning when you were downstairs, and the first thing I thought is, Nico should have been in the military.
I get that a lot.
58. David, it requires 64.
Stand to attention, David. 2 points are yours. If you can find double 16.
32.
And guess what? Had
And
that gone in,
170.
his average would have been almost identical to his seasonal average of 85.
80 scored. Means he's got options with 90 left.
134.
That's a pretty good option.
David, it requires 32.
He shouldn't be back.
Go,
He isn't coming
shot
back.
on the match.
Because
David Wazowski.
he wasn't really on fire, but it was very warm. And it was good enough to get himself a win by 2 legs. 82.11 the average. The 116 the highlight for him, coming a little bit earlier in the contest. But a nice start for David as he wins that one by 4 legs to 2.
Well, we've already had one very familiar name in the world of darts in Croft in our opening match of the first cycle of games. Well, we have another one here in Harrington. Ryan Harrington, son of 2-time World Match Play champion, amongst many other titles to his name. Rod Harrington, of course, son Ryan Harrington, against Anton Ostland, who played very, very well in Group A. And in my opinion, should have finished way higher on the table than he ended up. And it was only down to some lackluster finishing at times. However, the irony of that was when he did finish, he finished big and on 7 occasions, Nico.
First leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
Now, Ryan does have an ally on the stage because the referee is from Essex. But he'll remain impartial as Ryan returns to the hockey. But you're right about Ostland.
He was either first
60.
start or chasing it around, wasn't he? That
Yeah.
was his problem.
Just needs to find some common ground. He would be really happy if you offered him 36, 37% on doubles for the next couple of days.
Yeah.
And no ton plus
97.
finishes.
Yeah. Yeah, if you put that along with his scoring, I think he's second in terms of 180s for the week so far in Group A.
Yeah, that's right. 21
40.
for 3 days. That's averaging 7 per day. That's well above 1 per match, which he should be very happy with. It's only Benjamin Drus
123.
who has been better than him in that regard, and not by much.
No. Marginal.
I've seen enough evidence to say that we've got
27.
potential in this Swedish player. And I think now that we are reaching out to ADC Europe, to the countries like Denmark, to
100.
Sweden, the Netherlands, Germany, I think this is what this is all about.
Yeah, we could unearth some absolute gems.
I look forward to the times where we've got
80.
ADC Uganda. Because that's not out of the question.
No, I know Jess Harding was doing some amazing work in Africa with a
100.
couple of other people looking at darts in that part of the world to try and give them an opportunity and take equipment there.
I bet you guys at home didn't know there's a
80.
Uganda Open.
Antonio Require, 81.
I bet that's got your brain ticking over a bit. Oh, there's an Open in Africa. I might go to that.
Game shoulder
Well, there you go. There's
Thursday.
another bit of evidence about
Anton
Anton.
Osland.
Taking 81 for a 14-darter. Great start.
He did confirm with me this morning that
Second against Anton
a
to
mutual,
first.
well, I'm an
Game on.
admirer of him, Stefan Lord, the former multiple-time winner of the, well, in my opinion, the hardest tournament in the world to win, the News of the
40.
World. Sadly, they don't play anymore, but Stefan now resides in Thailand, and he's there sipping a beer, watching his friend Anton. Hope you're
135.
well, Stefan.
Yeah, I've never met Stefan, but I've heard so many stories, and
What a player. What a player.
I think the word iconic
Yep.
probably springs to mind when it comes to
96.
Stefan. I hear nothing but good things. Great to have somebody of that kind of greatness watching along from further shores.
140.
I think the likelihood of Anton getting through this group is more likely than unlikely. As long as he's got a decent engine, because he has already played
81.
3 days. We've got the likes of Harrington and Vazuski and Croft coming in fresh. Last week, we saw freshness winning the game. In fact, we saw 2 people
96.
from Group C who were not playing earlier in the week qualifying. So will that happen again?
Well, I've spoke to him on each of the 3 days, just when he speaks lovely English, and just to say how you're feeling, how you
40.
How you
On
getting
Require,
on and
130.
sharp as attack. Opportunity for Ryan to break straight back.
Loves a big finish here in Portsmouth, but he's not going to get one here.
98.
Doesn't have to. Never wears black trousers. You ever noticed that about Ryan? It's a bit like going into Simon Cowell's
55. On Require,
wardrobe and trying to
32.
find a grey T-shirt. You're not going to find one. He's got no black trousers. That one went in a bit askew.
16.
Well, there was something he did that even I didn't know, but he was actually, when the PDC was sponsored by Pepperami,
Yeah.
this massive Pepperami bloke in a
99. On Require, 16.
Pepperami massive outfit, couldn't see his face. He would go
Game
up
shot the
and
second
play
there.
challenges from the
Ryan
crowd
Harrington.
where they could win the equivalent pounds for points if they beat Mr. Pepperami's score. Well, it was
Yeah,
him.
look, it's
It was
Ryan
Ryan
to
Harrington in the
Yeah.
suit.
Yeah,
Game on.
absolutely. 2 points. One, when he did that act at the Motorpoint Arena in Cardiff, somebody forced him to hit a 180 to beat him in a
45.
9-dot challenge, and he did it in a Pepperami suit,
Yep.
which is a ridiculous thing to be able to do. And that's why it's called the Animal as a nickname, because you're a bit of an animal.
81.
Right.
Used to be a bin man, Ryan. It's one of those trades that you tend to see every now and again in
58.
a dart player because they do that fairly early and then they can get off and they can play night leagues and things like that. And there isn't...
Martin Phillips.
Martin Phillips, absolutely. Very famous bin man dart player, former world master.
58.
I don't think it's as hard as it used to be now that the bins have got wheels. So a great comedy sketch the other day from the great Jim Jeffries. He was talking about how everybody kept carrying suitcases to the airports up until the mid-90s. Then they realised man's first invention was the wheel. Why don't you just put some wheels on it? And then they put them on the bins as well. Imagine how hard it was to put the bins out back in the early days.
You didn't see a small binman, did you?
100.
Same as a drayman with the barrels in the pubs. I can remember working in Germany on the roofs, and
140.
we'd have to take them up by hand, up a ladder. And they invented this tile bumper thing, and it was like a massive conveyor belt. I was looking at it going, what's going on?
59. Antonio Rocco, 137.
Well, he hasn't got this as part of his collection this week.
Pretty much everything else.
Yeah, we'll go through some of his real beauties of the week.
87.
Yeah, he's got a highlight reel of his own of just ton plus outs.
He hasn't got this one either. Fancy. Fancy. Not fancy enough.
That dart in tops. If you had to put two darts in tops, that one that went in, that's where you'd place it by hand. High and in the middle.
He should be livid with himself that he didn't hit that double top. Really?
No score.
I have no words.
20.
Why? Well, I've just done an oxymoron there. I said I had no words, but I did say why. He's lost the leg, and it's his own fault.
Harrington.
Why I am. Wow.
Well, he had 98
Game on.
from the previous visit and hit treble 16 to leave bull. At that point, you're thinking, well, A, did he miscount, or is that just a ploy to give himself options when he comes back? It was on purpose because he went for the bull.
Yep.
Maybe we can debate that a little bit later if it happens again. But in a group where you've only got 10 games, not 15, you can't be messing around on shots like that.
43.
And Conan Whitehead did that last week. But it was a very different set of circumstances why he did that.
46.
Moslin's average over the course of Group A was 86.66. That's 6.5 points better than that of Barauskas and Bennett.
100.
That's why he's more fancied to come through this group than the other two. And if you compare that to the other two players that did not qualify, it's actually
47.
better than that of Benjamin Drurus. And it's 1/100th of a point less than that of Rhys Griffin. 1/100th.
Well, we made
41.
observations throughout the 3 days of play that we felt he was sort of going under the radar. We've
100.
We put our name to him in by the fact that we thought he was going to qualify out of this Group C.
Thing is, though, if he's got the ability and the capabilities are there to construct enough chances to get through these kinds of matches,
100.
the last thing you want to do is a Dick Cheney where you're shooting yourself in the foot.
Yeah, agreed.
Needs a 60 here to leave double 18.
97. Antonio Rocco, 170.
That might be okay, but 117. Possible still, but not anymore. I still maintain he's going to regret that 50 shot. One double top this time for Ryan.
56.
And it's low once again, but only just.
Antonio requires 75.
Again, he's gone for the ball on 78, which I sort of get, but treble 18's the bigger target. Topsy needs
35.
clips the wire.
Ronnie required 20. Game show on the
3-1
fourth
to
leg.
Ryan. That's a break of throw.
Harrington.
We've already seen a 4-1 scoreline here in round 1. But not
Fifth leg, it's
for a
Ryan to throw
man
first.
named after a
Game
jacket.
on.
If you don't know what I'm talking about, there's a very famous type of jacket you can buy called a Harrington jacket.
Yeah, always had a lovely lining.
84.
Yeah, made famous by brands like Lacoste and Polo. It's got a bit of plasticated pinching towards the bottom, bit of room, and they're coming back into fashion as well.
100.
You don't get many people called houndstooth these days, but
59.
everything's got a root, hasn't it? Every name has got a root. I don't know what Östlund means in Swedish, but if you've got something with
140.
S-O-N at the end, or S-S-O-N, it means son of. And in Iceland, you've got names that end in dotia, which means daughter of.
85.
I'm sure there are some roots for the name Harrington. In fact, there have been
41.
some rather impressive sports stars over the years with the name Harrington. None more than former Ryder Cup captain Padraig Harrington of Ireland and
59.
world poker champion Dan Harrington. He was very good. He was about as hard to read as Anton Östlund.
60.
You would have thought the Harrington jacket was a fairly sort of, I don't know, maybe 70s. Actually dates back way before that. And of course, there's that famous picture of James Dean wearing
134.
a Harrington.
Antonio require 160.
People don't get any cooler than Jimmy Dean. Maybe 160 checkouts are cooler, but we're not going to see one.
96. Ronnie require 80.
Now he should look at the bull and doesn't get a look. Was just the littlest bit greedy there. It was an aggressive try for the 45, which would have let him have a look at double 10.
40. Antonio requires 64.
It won't be 14 bull. It will be double top. And the
Game's on
game
the fifth
continues.
Anton Östlund.
There is the crime of not guaranteeing yourself a match start. Because you might not be back in this leg. And we're back on throw in this match. Anything could happen from here. And in the words of the Big Bang Theory, it could be anything can happen Thursday.
180.
Well, that's happened. The first 180 of the match.
22.
I'm surprised you don't know this. The
89.
Harrington jacket was originally used to play golf.
Was it really?
Yeah.
I didn't know that. Well, back in the 50s, you had
Well, that was
players like
95.
Ben Hogan.
Yeah, the original design of the jacket was a G4 or G9. The G is for golf.
Every day's a school day.
65.
That's fascinating to me, that. Because back in the 30s and 40s, when you had Bobby Jones and Walter Hagen playing, and people like that, they would play it in a jumper, a tie, a shirt,
Antonio
plus
require
fours, and very heavy
167.
leather spikes.
Well, I mentioned the News of the World earlier. They'd wear a suit. They'd play in a suit. Three-piece suit and a tie.
Yeah, some of those
with a fag on.
bits of old footage, they genuinely make me happy when I watch stuff like that. Just as happy as I was this morning when I stumbled across one of Steve Beaton's first ever
60.
England matches in
Antonio
1991.
requires
The hair was wonderful.
It was almost like an afro.
It looked like Angie from EastEnders.
36.
Brian May, eat your heart
I
out.
hope you send that to our pal Dan Dawson.
Already
'cause-
sent it. He
yeah.
says glorious. Genuinely is.
43.
About as glorious as the wardrobe
That's
of
only
a certain
required,
Rodney
32.
Harrington in the 90s.
Yeah, he had some. Well, he was called the Prince of Style, wasn't he?
He was stylish.
Game shot on the
That's a
sixth
beautiful
flag.
finish from Anton.
Anton Osland.
We are still yet to get a match dart in this contest, but
Seventh
we're about
and
to get
final
one
leg, it's
in
Ryan's
the next
to throw
couple of
first.
minutes.
He may
Game
get
on.
multiple.
We talked a little bit about Joe Croft earlier on. He will
41.
play Anton in round 2, but maybe when Joe plays Ryan, we can talk more about breaking out of the shadow of previous generations, because I'm sure Ryan
71.
has wanted to create his own legacy in darts, and it's very difficult to do that when your parents or indeed grandparent has had such a big effect on the sport.
140.
His father, like I said, not only won multiple match plays, he was a former #1, and he was a bit of a
100.
trailblazer in his own right.
And
Yeah, go on. I can't wait for this.
on this day, in 1991, Rod Harrington won the Belgium Open, beating
41.
Andy Fordham in the final. So there you go. One of the things that Rod Harrington won in his career.
59.
And you won another tournament on this day, not in 1991, I hasten to add.
No, 2008 in beautiful town of Mildura. I did the double.
134.
You'd have still been in school in 1991, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I was 12. Yeah, I was 12 years old, the same age as Leighton Bennett was when he won the Cambridge Open.
39. Running require 145.
He's bossing this one. Should
Yep.
go bull with the second dart, I feel. He did,
48.
but he's very much there to be shot at if a big score is found here by the Swede.
Oh, costly, Nico.
100.
Let's go on for the
Running
ball.
require 97.
Double top. Match dart, #1.
Game
Really
shot and the
clean,
match.
clinical,
Ryan
and very, very
Harrington.
good from Ryan Harrington, who takes out what we feel is probably one of the favourites for the group. 4 legs to 3 is a very fair result, in my opinion. We only saw one match dart the whole contest, when in fact he should have got one a little bit earlier. But he does get across the line by 4 legs to 3 in game 3.
Welcome back, one and all, to the MODUS Super Series, where we are round down for our action here in Group C on what is a very hot Thursday afternoon at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. Joe Croft, David Wazuski and Ryan Harrington are the ones that got off to the flying starts. The 3 new players coming in have got the better of the 3 players who have started Group A on Monday. And talking about the heat, well, let's see whether Wozzie's going to stay on fire. He takes on Boom Boom Leighton Bennett. We better get the fire extinguishers out, Paul, Chris.
Yeah, not yet. Let's see if Wozzie is on fire. It almost reminds me of one of my favourite Simpsons episodes where there's a bit of a pop-up sketch with Bart saying, Daddy's on fire, Daddy's not on fire. And then Marge comes in and said, Daddy's not on fire. Well, Wozzie wasn't so much on fire
to throw first.
in the second game.
Game on.
But he was hot enough to take out Barauskas. So he started with 2 points in round 1. Leighton Bennett did not, but he did have
41.
his best starting average of a daily campaign, but he must get to that more consistent, high level, quicker
41.
than at any point in Group A. That is irrefutable.
Yes, he can't afford to find his best game
48.
late on.
You've still got to have that mark of patience as well, haven't you? You can't just try and step on the gas and expect it to come. You just got to let it come to you and remain patient.
Yeah. Well, we have a bit of a rule that if you lose 3 games in Group C or
49.
Group B, it's not done, but you're pretty much done.
180.
Oh, a little bit of a pointing towards the ceiling there for Wozzie.
Yeah, that's his 3rd of the day
59.
already. In fact, apart from Anton, he's the only one that's hit 180s.
140.
Almost feels like he's speeding up.
If that's possible.
Well, Wazuski was
99. David, you require 84.
the favourite for the group. And as things start to progress, I'm starting to understand
52.
a little bit why. Joe Croft had the best winning average of round 1 at 87 flat.
180. David,
A
you
leave
require
of
32.
25.
Scoreboard pressure.
Game
He
shot the
didn't
first
tell.
leg.
How many
David
times
Wazuski.
already today has he last started? Yeah, I think it's 3. 2 crucial ones in the game.
Second against David to throw first.
Ultimately, very, very
Game on.
frustrating for your opponents to think, am I getting a shot? Am I getting a shot? I'm not getting a shot.
60.
If you want a little bit of on this darting day, we talked about that 1991 Belgium Open won by Rodney Harrington, but other winners on this day in World Darts
140.
include Bill Davis, who won the Washington Area Open
Yep, no
in
Bill.
2008.
Good player.
He's one of Mark Webster's favourite players because he once said
41.
when we were practicing at the World Cup in 2010, because I think he was there with Darren Young, who consequently he beat in that Washington final in 2008. He had a bad shot and he went, oh no, Bill.
43.
Just out loud. And Mark Webster, every time he does something wrong, he just says, oh no, Bill now. So it's amazing how things transcend. But I want to go back to
100.
2014 on this day. Michael Smith won the European Darts Grand Prix against Mervyn King. Just prior to
60.
that, Michael Smith had been involved in another European final. And in the interview afterwards, Mervyn King said, I've just beaten a future world
180.
champion. Mervyn was right.
$60. David, you require
Well, I can remember
120.
playing Michael Smith when he was around about 16-ish in a tournament,
60.
which was the night before may have been a UK Open qualifier weekend in Manchester. And a pub put on a knockout that we all went along to play in, and I
58.
beat
David,
Michael in the
requires
final.
60.
I can remember saying to a few of the lads, well, I think there's a world champion
20.
in our midst Took longer than I thought.
140.
Probably took longer than Michael thought, but he certainly made up for it now, hasn't he?
Hasn't he just? Had a bit of a break over the last couple of weeks, Michael.
Yeah, he's had some lovely time with his family and done a bit of travelling. Good to see.
Yeah, make the most of that because you're not going to get any time out between now and January.
78.
Stuff.
David, it required 40.
David plodding along. Well, that's a bad dart.
8.
Chance for Leighton.
And traditionally, where the players would get some time off, he won't be getting that time off because he'll be in the Premier League.
Indeed. Double 16 for Leighton.
Game
That
shot in the
is
second
very,
leg.
very good.
Leighton Bennett.
But is it accurate of me to say that he needs to start getting to the double just a little
Leighton
bit
to
earlier?
serve
Maybe even as much as a visit earlier.
Yeah, I think that will come as he gets more and more relaxed.
I just made an
85.
observation about that set position of his. When he brings that dart back towards just right of his cheek, that hand doesn't look as open
100.
as it was earlier in the week. It's almost like he was laying off the dart earlier in the week. It just looks like a better position now.
And there's almost like a double pulls now,
96.
which is preventing him from going through the action too quickly. He's definitely been watching.
43.
Most of the time he's going to be playing against people who are older than him. He's used to that. When he goes to
41.
things like the development tour or in previous times at the JDC stuff,
Whoa,
he'd be the governor in there.
Yeah.
But it might be a refreshing change for him to be surrounded by people who are favoured more than he is. And playing the underdog for a little while might be helpful.
Should take the pressure off a little bit.
92. Ladies, you require 142.
Biggest finish of the week for this young man, 161. That was a real perler from yesterday.
Set the tone in the whole match, didn't it?
95.
Brought such a big smile to his
David
face as well.
86.
Yeah, that's my highlight of the week so far. Ball.
Game shot in the third leg. David Wazowski.
Barbecue sauce for Wazzy.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first.
Just shy of 82.
That's with 3 180s in there. That's disappointing.
It means the backup shots
60.
are a bit like that. Bennett is plateauing already around that high 79 mark. And every now and again, someone
59.
is going to win a lot of matches with that kind of level. Richard North did it last week.
Yep.
41.
I hope Conor Heenan's watching today, by the way, because I think he fully understood yesterday that he was just a little bit fortunate to win Group A.
59.
Look at the Irish.
Yeah, I think he's got a couple of nice days to chill out and practice at will. The likes of
60.
Rhys Griffin and Benjamin Drews from Denmark will come back tonight just to try and get to where he is.
He'll be off in the woods trying to look for some more 4-leaf clovers.
58.
But he did throw some fabulous stuff during the 3 days. Kept us entertained.
77.
Well, as did everybody in the group, actually.
It was very exciting, Group A. Yesterday is one of the most unpredictable days I've ever seen here at the MODUS Super Series.
99.
And especially in round 4, the time when Leighton got that personal best average and best finish of his career here,
80.
which admittedly has only been 3 days, but everybody who was in the race for the top spot lost in round 4.
Yeah, and ultimately, we didn't know who was going to win Group A until the very last
100.
game of the Group A campaign yesterday afternoon.
93.
That's a nice pick off with the last dart.
26.
We know what he's like with third dart kills. So be warned, Leighton. Bullseye. That's a better attempt.
101. David,
He's had some bad shots at the bull this week, but that is a really good attempt.
Yeah, he's had some bad last darts, hasn't he? Ooh,
65.
Wow. Rattled the ball.
Required 25.
Right, this has got to go.
Second time that's happened today. Double 4. Oh, sorry, double 2. I beg your pardon. It's got me flummoxed.
21.
It was a good try,
Game
but
required
ultimately the shot of
25.
double 9 cost him an extra dart.
Game shot on the
And this
fourth
time it's not
leg.
dart 3 for David. He
Wazowski.
gets rid of it as soon as he possibly can. And he might be getting himself a second win in 2 games here
It's
on
later to
Thursday
throw
afternoon.
first. Game on.
He's getting away with it at the moment. Are we going to have one of those situations where I think the bookie's got it wrong, but they're going to get it right?
97.
Sometimes you can learn a lot about a person from what they're wearing. For instance, last week when Johnny Haynes had
56.
something in the region of 6 or 7 different charity bands on his left arm. And Wazzy's got the word amazed on the back of his collar.
41.
I wonder why. Might just be his favourite word.
85.
What's your favourite word, Mace? You got one?
Yeah, nothing I can say on air.
Tell you what, one of my favourite. It's technically 2 words
97.
moulded into one, but it makes me hungry every time I hear it. Mirror glaze. Just the thought of a
75.
mirror glaze. Oh yeah.
Pavarigate is a nice word.
59.
Welcome to the Dictionary Corner here at the MODUS Super Series. We don't need Susie Dent. We just need Chris
85.
Mason.
Yeah, Rachel Riley could be useful with all the numbers.
I actually met Rachel at a
Yes,
darts
I know.
exhibition once. We were there with Bobby George and Vincent van der Voort and Michael
137.
van Gerwen. Rachel was loving the action that night. Jamie Theakston came along.
60.
And
Ladies and
the
gentlemen,
owner of
70.
QPR Football Club was there as well. Yeah, really good night in Mayfair. Bullseye again.
23. David require 140.
Ozzy's got a chance of winning the match here, and still has. Well, that's weird because
82.
in our highlights
Ladies
package
and require
with
47.
Wozzy earlier, he took a 140 with 2 double tops. Why did he change his mind?
Probably like the
Game
lie,
shot
but
the
he's
fifth
going to
leg.
have to go another
Leighton
leg.
Bennett.
As Leighton Bennett picks up his second leg of the match and his third leg of the day.
Sixth leg is David to throw first.
The averages,
Game on.
Nico. Hardly anything to pick between them. In fact, Leighton's got the higher average, 76-71 against
140.
76-26.
Have you noticed, Mace, that the kite-shaped flight has made a bit of a comeback recently?
Yep, more and more players using them.
100.
They are nice, but because of the way they accelerate through the air, that if you're a little bit off,
140.
by the time it gets to the board, you're a lot off.
Yeah, Johnny Clayton very famously uses the kite-shaped flight, as did the great Mark Walsh.
81.
I remember going to dart shops when I was a kid, and those kite-shaped
100.
flights with the flames at the top,
Yep.
they were great. And Wazzy, listen to us. We know you like
Oh, yeah.
the ruthless ones, but get the
100.
flames
David
on.
require 121.
It would make so much sense. Can you still get those?
97.
Yeah.
I want to go full retro, get some lollipop stems. Oh, they were great.
140.
A double
David
12
require
will
24.
cap off a great performance.
Game
Too good.
shot and the match.
David
Wazowski.
Wazzy's on fire. Wawrzewski does get the win by 4 legs to 2. Another game where it's around about that 80 average mark. And we're starting to see very key battles won by certain players like David. 36% on the doubles. That will get it done most of the time here at the MODUS Super Series. And it gets Wazzy to the top on 4 points. Welcome back. It is time for game 5. And now we're going to get another dose of Joe. It all went according to plan in game 1 as he won 4-1 against Leighton Bennett, who has now got on to lose his first 2 games of Thursday afternoon. Anton Ostland will be the opponent of Joe, and he will have the darts, the man from Sweden.
First leg, it's Anton to throw first.
Yeah, Anton was
Game on.
edged out 4-3 with a 79-21. And, well, my thoughts of why I thought this group may not
100.
pan out as per what the odds compiler suggested. Outside of Joe, who had an 87,
41.
everybody else was within a couple of points of each other in all the matches. David Wazowski, who has won 2 from 2 with a running average of 81.5. I didn't think that that would be enough to get you to 2 from 2.
180.
I wonder what's going to be enough on Saturday night, because as you can see in our live lounge here in Portsmouth right now, there are no fans, but there will be come Saturday night. If you'd like to join us, please scan that QR code, and that will take you to dartshop.tv, where you can reserve tickets for a nominal fee of £2. We will be having our finals night on Saturday, and we would love you to join us.
39.
Conor Heenahan is guaranteed to be there on Saturday. 2 players from this group and 3 players from Group B over the next couple of evenings.
60.
If you'd like more information about getting yourself down to London Road in Portsmouth, follow that or go to dartshop.tv.
$57. Joe, you require 120.
Didn't go to plan. He was looking for the 25 of the bull to leave a finish. Hasn't quite laced up his scoring boots today, Anton.
60.
It means that Joe has 2 visits to take out 120. Particularly comfortable position. Here he comes.
135. Joe, you require 60.
But for an opening break of throw, it's double 10.
Game shot on the first
Very good indeed.
Joe Croft.
He's hovering around that 16 to 18 dart range, which can do a lot of damage here.
Second leg, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
Nothing over 6 visits.
Now, we've talked a lot this week about
41.
lookalikes. We haven't likened Anton to anybody, but we talked about Mindaugas Barauskas looking like Carl Froch, which is a real killer lookalike. But look at Joe. Take those glasses off. He looks like comedian John Richardson.
Spot on.
And somehow our host, Henry, thinks he looks like Daniil Medvedev,
91.
who is currently in the semi-finals of the US Open tennis. I bet you wouldn't mind his tax bill, Henry.
60.
Yeah, good shout.
How many times is Anton having to go to his right-hand side to try and create scores like that? It means that his first dart is not landing in the place that he wants. It's predominantly just a little low.
121. 130.
But this time, because of that really creative 140, he has got plenty of time. Well, that's different.
45.
Starting on 19s on a 130.
Yeah, I'm not...
Did he forget his calculator today?
Well,
He's gone some really odd ways today.
2 of them for double 8.
133. And you require 85.
Well, I can get behind that.
Game shot.
And he can get behind that. That was one of the oddest finishes we've ever had. He's at double 11, it's fallen out the board, and then he's hit the double 14.
Third leg, it's Anton to throw first.
15 darter, though.
Now that reminds me of a game between, I think it was Kevin Painter and Devin Peterson on the European Tour. Devin went for double 10, I think it was. He hit double 15 and it fell out.
140.
And it stopped him from busting the score.
Yes.
Just when you think you've seen it all, you just get a little bit more of what is capable on a dartboard like this. Great maximum from Joe. This game is starting to cook a little bit.
140.
Nearly backs the 180 up with one of his own. Back-to-back 140s. Down to 221.
You know how
60.
much I like uniformity, miss, and things to match. This guy today is like Gary Player. He's the man in black. Black darts, black stems, black flights, black shoes, black trousers, black shirt. And you should really have a black heart because you want to take everybody out, right?
125. Antonio required 41.
Well, there's another man in black.
Alan Glazier was the man in black.
Johnny Cash.
25.
He wasn't
Johnny required
good at darts as Alan
136.
Glazier.
That's very true. Oh, yeah. Oh, no.
No score.
Well, it's 136.
Antonio
They're on a
required
soft
16.
tip board.
Double four.
Game shown the third
This is a
leg.
very interesting
Osmond.
game. We've had a fallout in double 11. We've had a bust shot on 136. We've had some interesting
Well,
counting
it's
from
Joe to
Anton.
throw first.
Can't
Game
take your
on.
eyes off this one. This is a great fixture.
$43.
Yeah, one of the reasons I brought up the all-black scenario is because I'm convinced that one of these flights is not perpendicular.
100.
Oh, and when players do that, when they have their flights flat, oh, God,
No, those are flights that
140.
should come in a case that should be protected, because when these types of flights bend, it accentuates bad trajectory.
Yep.
Whoa,
Nothing bad about that.
180.
4 in the match now, 2 apiece.
It's only like 4.
26.
We've had records broken here in Series 5. The record average is now owned by Darrell Pilgrim of over 122.
140.
Oh, we had the 180 record equaled, didn't we?
Indeed, we did. But the record of individual 180s in a match
140.
still
Antonio Requirement,
stands. That's
81.
Josh Payne with 7. Double 12.
69.
Would have been the
So you
second time he's done
require
that today.
152.
Yeah, that would have just been able to keep him in the match. If he'd
92.
have taken out the
Anthony required
152, so
12.
double 6. Now, some points this week, this has been his Achilles heel. He's chased doubles around far too frequently. Not
Game
so
shown the fourth leg.
here. 14
Anton
darter,
Osmond.
3-1 lead. Throwing for a 4-1 win.
Could be turning into his best performance of the entire week.
Fifth leg, it's Anton to throw first.
Strangely,
Game on.
considering all of the good things he's done, his best average is 93.56 in a match that he lost. This is a good 3% better
97.
than that.
And it could turn into a win. A winning average.
100.
We both love coming here to Portsmouth and seeing these players play, but there is nothing that pleases me more, genuinely nothing more, than seeing somebody for the first time and being impressed with them
60.
immediately. I am very impressed with Joe. I love what I'm watching.
Yeah, the throw, attitude.
100.
If this is the
All looks
infancy of
good.
what he wants to do, I really want to watch
Well,
out for what he does
I
next.
like the fact that I'm pretty sure that he could have had a go at darts a lot earlier, but chose to
100.
as his own business and got that done and dusted. That's taking care of itself, and now he can focus on playing a bit of darts. That's the right way of doing things.
It is. It really is.
55.
You're seeing it from that point of view. With Bennett, you're seeing it from the other side of the coin where it's all darts, darts, darts.
He's already got a plan B in place.
43.
He's playing darts because he wants to, not because he has to.
140.
Reminds me of a certain Jim Williams. Makes him dangerous.
Oh, yeah.
85. Joe, you require
This
106.
might have to go. Double 16.
90.
Even when he misses, he doesn't
So
miss
you
by
require
much.
116.
He's averaging more in this game than he did in his first game against Bennett. And he could lose 4-1.
In that game against Bennett, he won 4-1. Treble 20 for double 18.
60. Joe, you require 16.
Still in that range of 15 to 18.
Game shot on the
6
fifth
visit
leg.
stuff.
Joe Croft.
Joe Croft is looking very dangerous. This game is not over yet.
Sivlik, it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
What we did see from the first game of Anton Ostland was a similar situation to this, where it was on throw after 5 legs. But you hasten to say that
94.
the certain tactics that we saw from the Swede in game 1 may have to be tightened up. Just do everything the
Agreed.
smart way. And that's pretty smart.
180. $85.
Something I've seen in this game as well. Joe has got a little bit of sweat on the
96.
brow, whereas Anton has not. Maybe because he might have a towel on him in this game, but he's
132.
maybe used to these conditions a bit more.
$96.
129 is a bit of a fiddly one. Depending on what Joe leaves, it might even
60.
stipulate how
And so you
Anton
require
goes for this.
129.
What I mean by that is, if he gets the treble, which he doesn't, he's forced to go 60 bull now. Bullseye.
91. Joe, you require 130.
Match start 1. Misses. Does he get more at this particular juncture?
105.
Only just.
Great effort, wasn't
Antonio
it?
required 38.
Only narrowly missing.
That's got to be 10 double 14, surely. Hit double 14 earlier in the match.
Yeah, if anything's questionable.
22. Joe, you
his
required
ball
25.
management.
Double 10.
Game
Very crisp. And again, it's
Joe
6
Croft.
visit range for Joe Croft. Anton has had his chance. Missed the ball, missed double 19 twice.
Game on.
Can't ask for much more than 2 visits to win a match here in this format.
41. $45.
Didn't take full advantage of that bad start from Anton. Bullet dodged. He's chattering away to himself ever so slightly, like a very
100.
cold gerbil.
Oh, look at that. So inviting.
140.
Oh, that's a great last start. I'm not even sure how that got past the blocker. He doesn't care. This is a race to the finish.
125.
Race that I can't take my eyes off. Anton is dreaming of leaving 120. And he does.
140.
Needs a treble. Could go ball.
57.
I would have gone
Antonio
ball there.
require 120.
Yeah, the 25 there would have left 126, which is a lot more gettable than 134. And in
56.
spots like this, it could make
Antonio require
all the difference.
134.
Ooh, the 2 treble 17, double 16. Very modern route.
86. Antonio requires
Yeah,
64.
down to the two darters in the last leg. Double eight.
Game shot
He
out
had
the
the darts in the
match.
last leg.
Anton
He had
Osler.
match darts in the previous leg. But a very good contest. The averages reflect a very fair tussle as well. Osland, who was over 91 for the whole game, ends up missing 10 darts at double, but gave himself enough chances. A really good performance. And Joe Croft, what a test he gave the Swede. First 2 points go to Osland, but now we find out if Mindy can get his first 2 points against Ryan Harrington. Here we go, the end of round 2 as we know it. And Mindaugas Barauskas, who has been very chatty with the referee today, will mount a charge against Ryan Harrington, who got a very tight win against Anton Osland in round 1. He got himself a tight win in round 2. A very good contest, Chris, just showing us why we admire the Swedes' technique so far this week.
Yeah, and his technique held up very well. What didn't hold up, well,
First leg, it's
it held up
Mindaugas
for the
to throw
win.
first. Game
It's
on.
the board management at times. I think that's, if I was going to give him a critique, it would be that.
66.
You just given me a bit of a flashback. Back to the 1990s. Watching one of our favourite networks on a Saturday night.
60.
Hale and Pace. And they go, the management. Yeah. The board management.
59.
From Anton. Questionable.
Very. But again, that's something that can be corrected.
39.
But weirdly, we haven't questioned it this week until today. So I just wonder if he's looking at a slightly different outlook to try and unlock
62.
something.
Yeah, or maybe having an effect on his opponent.
I think all the pressure in this game is probably
60.
on Harrington because I suppose based on what he's done in his career to date, is seen
100.
as stronger than that of the Barauskas career. But I think where they are at with their careers right now, it's very
42.
different points. I think Mindaugas is still blossoming into the player that he wants to be, whereas Ryan Harrington is trying to figure out where he stands.
60.
Yeah, well, he's very, very early in his career, where Ryan started very, very young, didn't he?
180. Mindaugas for
Very,
154.
very good. Just a little pause there. Sometimes when you try and grab those darts out the board, one of them sticks.
Game
Oh,
shot
and
the
that
first
sticks.
leg.
How
Mindaugas
good was
for
that?
Oscars.
Well, we touched on it right at the top of the show when we were discussing the
Second against
finishing,
Ryan to
and
throw first. Game
it's something that's not been there for him. His highest finish all week has been 100. And I think his next highest finish to that was
57.
80 odd.
$80.
100.
Yeah. And he's just chipped in with a 154 for a 1-0 lead.
And he did it without deflections.
43.
3 pure shots. And this day and age where we're always looking for that extra edge, the 2 trebles to leave a double, they just
60.
seem a little bit easier because you can get assistance. But with that kind of finish, it's 3 pinpoint shots.
Yep. Very little margin
77.
for error.
That was a bit like that punch that Froch gave to George Groves once at Wembley. Right on the chin, as
60.
Jim Watwood used to say.
Yeah, it was. It was right on the money. Actually, listening to an interview from Carl where he said even when he watches it back, he can't remember. He said, I was still like out halfway through the next round. It was just instinct.
26.
Sometimes it's very hard to quantify the instinct of a human being at an elite level.
Fight or flight. Seeing completely opposite ends to it in the fight game with someone like Carl Froch. You would have to have scraped him off the canvas, literally.
57.
Nowadays,
And
you
require
see
106.
certain situations where they look for a way out. No way out here at the Super Series. 50 weeks a year. We're bringing you
74.
darts from all around, well, players from all around the world now.
Yeah, we've had players
45.
from New Zealand, Australia, the United States, Canada, all over Europe in the last 12 months here in Portsmouth.
Yeah, now Scandinavia, Latvia.
16.
Oh, he's left him a
English record
153.
153.
Well, this is easier, isn't it? It's one less.
We were holding our breath. We thought he was going to get a shot at double 18.
121. Ronnie
He's
requires
applied
16.
a bit of pressure on the double 8.
Game shot on the second.
Zero
leg.
pressure
Ryan
felt
Harrington.
by Ryan Harrington. Great shot there by Wright.
So look, it's
I wonder
Mindaugas
what
to
his
throw
dad
first.
would make of the
Game
fact
on.
that his trousers have got about 5 or 6 different bits of grouping on his shoes. You'd hate that, Rod. He was always very tailored, wasn't he?
140.
Yeah, with the waistcoat.
I remember back, I think it was the 1993 Lakeside, where Rod was playing with shirt and tie
100.
fully done up. And I thought to myself at one point, because I used to do that too. And I didn't do that at the times that I used to cover Lakeside with you.
140.
I thought to myself, there's no way I'd wear shirt and tie here because it's so hot.
Yeah, it was scorching.
But it was the thing back then.
180.
He wasn't the only person doing that back in 93. Alan Warner, as he was known back then, had the old cowboy tie on, full shirt up
41.
as well.
Yep. You go back earlier in that, and they'd play with a jumper on.
Yeah, Chris Dobie's dad, Gordon, still does.
Yeah, Les Wallace.
85.
A rugby shirt.
No, Tar. I wouldn't play in one of those. And even dart shirts back then were made of
60.
dreadfully heavy
130.
polyester.
It didn't breathe at all. Might as well have been wearing a bin liner.
82. And he gets for 120.
120 for 2-1. He's getting the first start on the combinations every single time.
Game shot the third
he's
leg.
gone and done it
Indigus
again.
Borowskis.
It's another ton plus out, and penny for the thoughts of Ryan Harrington right now.
Yeah, I hope Ryan's not been watching because it's like buses, isn't it? He's been waiting all week for a big finish. You know, he's had
Ryan to
two
throw first.
in
Game
one match.
on. 46.
Harrington, I suppose. I mentioned he doesn't so much live in his dad's shadow, but I think he would like to
43.
have his own headlines. And I think making a Saturday night would be a nice step forward in doing so. It's a very difficult group to get through now that we've seen
60.
every player play more than once.
Yeah, I've not had a chance to. Everything was so manic on the
100.
opening day of Group C and Group B with players doing media stuff, and you often just want to, especially when they're playing their first day, you just want to leave them alone. So I've not really had a chance to sit down and have a chat with Ryan and find out really what his sort of ambitions are going forward.
85.
Like I say, maybe a win here would certainly give him the impetus to go forward.
Think about some of the people that have qualified for Champions League already in Series 5. You've got Matt Clark, you've got Daryl Pilgrim, Marino McKells, and
133.
Colin Whitehead.
150.
Could you realistically put him in that bracket of talent? And I say yes.
Well, we're seeing evidence
56.
in bits already today. I mean, he's hit
140.
3 180s in this contest.
But very much like Wazuski,
60.
He's still averaging
Ryan
81.
McQuarrie, 94.
This is very much his B game, and that ultimately is the problem with players who don't get a
shot
tour
the fourth
card
leg.
or can't hold on
Ryan
to one.
Harrington.
It's not their A game. The problem lies. It's their B game. They don't have one.
Fifth leg, it's Mindigus to throw first.
you're
Game
seeing
on.
more often than not on the Pro Tour, people averaging high 90s and losing. In Super Series action,
43.
I'd probably have to say that your B game's got to be somewhere, to be successful, that is, somewhere between 86 and 90.
Agreed.
So in
60.
darting terms, that's got to be 17 darts, 18 at worst. And that's what we're seeing from Joe Croft.
Yeah, and with the elite guys,
100.
their B games has got to be somewhere between 93 and 96, 7-ish.
Yeah, and then you get ridiculous examples
180.
like Daryl Pilgrim, who averaged for a day over 102. And scarily
100.
could have been better. Another 180 for Harrington. He's got 4 in the game.
And another example of the elite, Gez's tournament average in winning a Pro Tour over the weekend just
60.
gone. It was just shy of 100, wasn't it? For the whole day. If you can average over
100.
90 here for the day, that takes some doing.
Yeah. I don't think that's been done this week so far from my numbers.
Nope.
It was done plenty last week.
82.
In fact,
Negotiable
Colin Whitehead last
158.
Monday for the day averaged nearly 95.
Yeah, I think we've seen him do
58.
that a few times.
Ryan McQuarrie, 119.
But he's another one that's right up there in that conversation of the best players around at the moment that didn't have a tour card in 2023.
Now, we're looking at double 13. Oh,
Game
a little
shot the
dose of
fifth
Mindy's
leg.
medicine.
Ryan Harrington.
So there you go.
Classy, that.
It really was. Barauskas has
Sig
had
Ricketts
2
Ryan
shots
to
at
throw
double in the
first.
game.
Game on.
He's hit them both.
Yeah, they've
And
both
he's
been
3-2 down.
Yeah, they've both been tops. One on the back of a 154, the other on the back of a 120. And he may go on to lose the match.
140.
He's playing this game very aggressively as Ryan. And so far, it's working.
100.
it might be very close to the point of no return for Barauskas and Bennett, who occupied the bottom 2 positions in Group A over the last 3 days.
100.
Because we talk about that rule of 3. You can lose 3 games and still qualify pretty much. And if things don't bunch up, you might have to be perfect from here on out. The problem with playing the game the way that Ryan does every now and again, because it's very forceful, that action.
125.
Hair shake. There's a lot of effort put in every dart. That can tire you out a little bit.
The body is taking the shock of the throw.
96. Ryan McGuire, 136.
Maybe he can take it because he is an animal.
He's taking it all right at the moment. Trevor 19 leaves tops. That's awkward.
58.
For the people overseas who are watching this, what's the best way to describe a pepperami? Is it a bit like jerky?
Yes, like a sausage.
135.
It doesn't want to be jerky on a 78.
I have to say, I don't think they're very nice at all.
Double top.
58.
That was almost very nice.
Mendigas, you require 110.
For a 3rd shot at a double. He was hopeful. The bad news is it's not in.
It wasn't far away.
This has been a very good performance from Harrington. He's only got one more job.
No score.
That wasn't it.
Mendigas, you require 52.
So the game could continue. Double 16.
44.
Doesn't continue.
Ryan
Harrington
20.
Gets double 10 this time. And get it, he does.
Shot on the match.
He was the better player in the match.
Harrington.
He had to withstand 2 very big finishes from Barauskas, but ultimately Ryan gets the job done in our 6th game, as you can see, by 4 legs to 2.
Very warm welcome back to the MODUS Super Series, where we had 2 rounds of fixtures down. So it's time to get the assessment up here on the balcony, and we're doing it in the company of no less than the asset himself, Paul Nicholson. Well, these are the results from the 6 games that we've seen so far, and well, it's fair to say that up to press, it's actually been the new guys that have come in and settled the quicker of anybody.
Yeah, you'd have to say so. I think Ostland was very impressive against Joe Croft, but he got out of the blocks against Leighton Bennett. We did see a little bit of this last week, where certain players felt the benefit of freshness as opposed to playing here for 3 days. It seems to be happening again a little bit, but there's still a long way to go.
Most certainly. Well, Ryan Harrington's a player who's got out of the traps, 2 victories from 2. He seems to be the one out of anyone that's just been able to take a grasp of this group.
Experience does tell, but the way that Ryan plays his games is with a little bit of intensity. That's something that can really help you in the first 1, 2, 3 rounds. However, he's just got to be careful that in these slightly muggy, warm conditions that he doesn't find himself losing energy towards the end of the campaign.
It's Ryan's 3rd day here. This is the table now. David Wazuski, the other player, on 4 points, top of the pile. We've seen him here a few times before. But as far as Ryan's concerned, we've seen him here a couple of times previously. He hasn't made it through to the Saturday night yet. When these appearances rack up and you haven't made it through, can it just continue to itch away?
It will be itchy. There's no mistaking that whatsoever for someone who has got exquisite talent, and it will annoy him incredibly that he hasn't made a Saturday night. I don't think he should focus too much on that. I think he needs to play his natural game, enjoy each game as it comes, and if he is put under pressure by his opponent, revel in it and don't think about the exterior pressures. Just try and play well.
As far as David Wazuski is concerned, he's top of the pile. We know what he can do. He's got a very high ceiling. We've seen it before, particularly in Southampton. And he's bringing that to the fore here with some excellent finishing.
Yeah, he's playing some pretty good stuff so far, but we know that there's another gear to come. Averaging around 81.5, 82 at the minute, but he's probably going to need a little bit of extra stuff to get himself into the top 2 by the end of the day, because other challenges are going to come his way. And when he plays against someone like Joe Croft, he might need a little bit more.
Now, it is very warm here at the Live Lounge today. Very, very warm. It's the sort of days where you should have brought the shades in, Paul. But how much is it about dealing with those conditions as the day goes along? Because Group C is the longest session of the week by time.
If anybody complains about it, they can come and talk to me or anybody else. They're not going to get any sympathy from me. This is reasonably warm. We have seen in other venues and in other tournaments that it is ridiculous, and this is not ridiculous. This is very manageable. So don't complain, accept and do your best, but do the right things as well. Make good decisions, like taking a towel up there. Learn from the guys at Flushing Meadow by taking a little bit of icy towel up there. Plenty of hydration, and just be okay with the situation.
Learning from Daniel Medvedev.
No comment.
And one other bit of advice, don't wear something wool and linen like this. It doesn't work up here on the balcony. Right, let's get into next, and I'm talking about the heat, not the clobber. Right, let's get into next week's players now, shall we? We're going to pause this week for now and see who's going to be taking part in week 6, already at the halfway point as far as the phase is concerned. And I was talking to you up here during the advert break about Group A. Thornton, the twice reigning World Seniors champion. Thibaut Tricot, who's won Challenge Tour events this year. And Barry Van Peer, who looks as if he's got that tour table sewn up.
Well, good luck, Scott, in Group A, because the amount of experience you've got in that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday group is ridiculous. Hendricks, he's like a fish on a stage, obviously.
Obviously.
Barry Van Peer looks like he's going to get a tour card in the next month or 2. Thornton, Hunt, they can do anything. That is a fabulous week of darts, and we haven't even talked about the likes of Paul Hogan, who had a fabulous weekend up in York last weekend. That is blockbuster.
And Scott Mitchell's commentating next Saturday night, so there could be a possibility them two might be meeting again. That's Group B and Group C. That's week 6, and the action gets underway 9:30 in the morning on Sporty Stuff TV. But as far as we're concerned, we're going to take a little bit of a break now. We're going to be back with you on the other side of 3 o'clock, so it's enough time to get an ice lolly in, isn't it?
Just about.
Just about right. We're off to have a Calippo, and we'll see you in a few. Good afternoon and welcome to Portsmouth, where the searing sun is leading us to some Super Series fun here on this Thursday afternoon. And what a session we have enjoyed so far here in Group C. If you have just joined us on Sporty Stuff TV, we have played 6 matches already today, 2 rounds of fixtures down, and it is Ryan Harrington and David Wazuski who are leading the way. Both players having won each of their opening 2 fixtures and will go toe-to-toe in the 3rd round worth of fixtures. So those are the results from the first 6 games that we have seen this afternoon. And so this is how it correlates as far as the league table stands. So Wazuski ahead just by the solitary leg on the legs difference to Ryan Harrington on 4 points. Joe Croft and Anton Oslund, the other 2 winners in the opening round of fixtures, with Mindauskas, Barauskas and Leighton Bennett yet to get off the mark. But we're going to see whether Leighton can pick up his first win of Group C, because we're going to see him in action now. He takes on the Super Swede at the Super Series in Anton Oslund, and in the commentary box we got 2 legends of the game for you. It's a very good afternoon to Paul Nicholson, and first Chris Mason.
Thank you very much, Henry, and no, I am not lending you £10,000, but thank you for the compliment. Yes, we've got 2 players unbeaten, and we've got 2 without a win, one of them in action in this game, Leighton Bennett, who was played 2, lost 2. In fact, he was involved in the opening game of the session against Joe Croft. He went down 4-1. Played to a similar level in match 2, going down 4-2 to table-topping David Wazuski. Oslund, he started the day being edged out 4-3 by Ryan Harrington with a few
140
questionable choices on the doubles, but then bounced back with a very good performance against Joe Croft, winning 4-3 with a 91.76 average, 3 180s, but missed 10 darts at a double.
140.
Now, this is the first fixture of Group C that is a repeat of a fixture in Group A. So we can tell you what's happened with their correlating fixtures over the last 72 hours. Oslund currently 2-1 up on Leighton Bennett. But this was the game yesterday that we saw the best of Leighton.
97.
Averaging over 96 with that 1-6-1 finish, which brought that huge smile to his face.
96.
They're going to have a minimum of 5 meetings this week. Oslund looking for the bullseye.
99.
He's already hit that one this week, so maybe he didn't want it.
He has been the finisher of the week so far. Double 16. Ooh,
133. And on your required
see how much
25.
he wanted that one. Oslund definitely wants this one.
Yeah, 10 plus finishing very much has been a theme this week. We've had an array of them. Still waiting for the
16.
The big fish to be landed. Can he land double 8? Oh,
well, he left it marked as well. But that's the problem when your darts don't go in straight.
Game shot the first leg. Anton Oslund.
0 sympathy from the Swede. He will feel a little bit aggrieved, but if you were to see a super slow-mo of that 3rd shot at double 8 for Leighton Bennett, I think you'd see a little bit of previous flight involved as well.
Yep.
81.
He's maintained this more deliberate rhythm here today, which we feel is a really good rhythm to stick with in the long term.
Yeah, if you've been joining us all week, you would have seen the Leighton Bennett throw on Monday and into Tuesday was a little erratic.
140.
There's just a lot more control right now.
We're seeing a great deal of really good technicians this week as well.
60.
Yes.
And we will see more in the way of technicians a little bit later on today, because we have Group B action from 10 p.m.
60.
We will welcome Harry Gregory. We've got Owen Bates, who might not be classified as a classic technician,
55.
but what he lacks in that department, he makes up for in brilliance. Trina Gulliver, who has always been a fabulous technician, will be joined by Benjamin Drew-Roos and Rhys Griffin, who has to start from scratch.
Yes. Benjamin, who has an action akin to Jim Furyk in golf.
83, Antonio Ricco, 120.
Rhys Griffin is equally as classical as this man here, Anton Oostund.
Absolutely right. That first flight is giving me nightmares. Please change it, Anton. I'll do it for you. I'll personally change the stem and flight for you. It's giving me
Antonio Ricco, 32.
anxiety. Double 8.
24.
Oh, 128
128.
is a finish we haven't seen this week.
Treble 20 and ball. May go ball for tops.
42. Antonio
I
Ricco,
understand
8.
going for a block target.
Game shot on the second.
The only
leg.
reason you should
Anton
have to go for a
Oostund.
block target is if you do not have another choice. For instance, if you're on
to throw first.
190 with one dart and you have to go 20s even though the two darts that you've already thrown are in the small 20. Right there was
99.
another choice.
Absolutely. Didn't matter as he didn't get another go.
100.
I don't know whether you're feeling this, Mace, but I'm starting to sense from Ostland that there's a bit more urgency about his play. It's almost as if
96.
he knew the format coming into the week. That not getting through Group A, okay, I can handle that.
91.
But he's come here with a purpose. He wants to make Saturday, and I think he knows the Group C scenario and what it's all about, and that he's going to have to take out the likes of Bennett and
99.
potentially Barauskas
Yeah,
for a fourth and fifth time to make Saturday.
he's got to end today on 6 points for me. He's got to win 3 from his 5.
97.
That's
and
what
then
he did
he's
yesterday.
Yeah, and then he's in a real good position going in tomorrow, where he could well just make it or put it in his hands to
98.
lose.
79. Ladies and gentlemen, 109.
He actually had his best running average on a daily sense of the week yesterday, did Anton. 88.93.
57.
Replicate that.
134.
I think 6 points or even more is inevitable.
Yeah.
$94. Ladies and gentlemen, 52.
Well, that looked very suspiciously like 2 singles instead of going for 2 double tops.
20.
Just turns out that it's
And so you
worked.
require 40.
Unless that first start at double top was indeed for the treble 20. It was a bad dart. Will this be?
20.
Fortunately for
Ladies
him,
and
it doesn't find the
32.
target. Could have been 3-0. May have to settle for 2-1 up.
Game shot on
That's
the
exactly
third
the
leg.
case.
Leighton Bennett.
Oh, 3 clear darts for 3-0. Does
We'll
have
look
to
at
throw for
Anton to throw
3-1.
first. Game on.
He's had 12 darts at a double in 3 legs.
There's actually been 20 in this game so far for both players and 3 hits.
Whoa!
That's not a great conversion rate.
180.
We may have been slightly kind earlier in the week, but now we have to start ramping up the critique.
Well, it was something that was
140.
an issue daily, was his finishing. And it was something that we said and have been saying all week. He cleans up that area of his game, even by 10%. Makes him a dangerous proposition
95.
by virtue of him having so many opportunities at the double. He's creating those opportunities with his superior scoring, which we're seeing another example of here with a second max.
Got to go down now. Got to get 419s minimum.
96.
Only 170,
And on
but
your requirement,
Ostland
41.
41 after 9, one of the strongest scoring legs we've seen this week.
Nine.
That was a really
As you
tricky
require
shot.
170.
It's on. Oh, look at Anton. He can't look. Now he can.
Oh, just took a deflection
100.
here. He was
And on your requirement,
meerkatting.
32.
That reaction was phenomenal. I wonder what he was saying to himself in Swedish when that treble 20 was hit.
Game shot on the
I
fourth.
wonder what he's saying to himself now that he's 3-1 up.
You can tell the importance. And you're right, Nico. You picked up on it quite early. There is definitely an urgency. He was very laid back Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, and he played
60.
with an air of freedom, didn't he?
I think one of the only Swedish words I know is littered in profanity. He's probably saying that to himself when he saw that first treble 20. But
41.
yeah, there's definitely an extra something about Anton today. But you do need that extra spice sometimes.
86.
Yeah, there needs to be a little bit of venom in there.
Don't get a great deal of venomous
58.
stuff up in Scandinavia. You don't get spiders and snakes.
Too cold.
Tends to be
Bears.
animals of size.
Yeah.
Not
40.
venom, it's size of claws and things and horns.
Wolves.
$100.
Sweden was, of course, the location for a very famous movie called The Girl with the Dragon Tattoo, starring Daniel
100.
Craig and Rooney Mara. Fabulous movie, based on some rather incredible books.
126.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I've seen that movie. And they have brown bears, wolves,
41.
wild boars, moose, and some of my favourite, the lynx cat.
Oh, yeah. So, a
60.
video the other day, actually, of a moose that was white from top to bottom. Even the horns were white. A rather remarkable thing, actually.
84. And so you require 116.
116. We'll give him 4 legs to 1. And in the table, that would be very nice indeed, because he'd be on 4 points with a positive leg difference. And after 3 rounds, that's not bad at all.
100. Later you require 90.
Bennett is in survival mode already in round 3.
Yep. Double 5, that's a bonus.
85.
A little bit quick on the third one.
And Sonia requires 16.
2 8s, but 2 wins. And his third against Leighton this week.
Go.
A lovely shot at double 4. And the
Anton
Swede
Osler.
gets his revenge for yesterday. I think those two have struck up a bit of a friendship over the last few days, and it's good to see, but you have to leave friendship at the door when you play here on the stage in Portsmouth. And on this occasion, Anton gets the better of Leighton by 4 legs to 1. We'll be back with more in round 3 with Wazzy against Harrington next.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
We are back, and it is the middle game of the schedule already. Time is flying by, and the very, very smart David Rzuski has decided to change his shirt after 2 rounds. It is very warm in the venue, and when I see someone like David changing a shirt, I think that's very smart, because you might have just turned up here at the Super Series today with just the one shirt, but after a couple of rounds, a bit of pressure and a bit of warmth, something like a fresh shirt can make all the difference.
Yeah, especially if it's one of those types of materials that doesn't crease. You can put it in the fridge.
You might think that Chris Mason is talking cobblers, but that is very, very smart.
Especially with in between games, you've got time to do that. Or they could hang it up in this perfectly air-conditioned booth we're in. In fact, I just had to put a very light jacket on.
First leg, it's David to throw first.
By the way, the players'
Game on.
practice room and players' area where they relax, it is fully air-conditioned. So they wouldn't need to put it in a fridge, but if you've got a shirt hanging up in there, it'd be very cool.
Absolutely. I think when you consider the development of this tournament, coming from Southampton to here,
85.
we have to applaud the people who constructed this place, because they didn't forget about us. They didn't forget about the benefit of the
43.
players, because in the summer, it does get very warm on the south coast of England. And if you think about the previous practice room, it was pretty stuffy in there in the summer.
What?
Well, not as stuffy as the players' room, because it was a soundproofed box, and what they had to do, they bought this air conditioning unit in
140.
that had a pipe connected it, and in between games, this is true, they would blow cold air in there to try and cool it down.
I remember once I did a particularly hot day in the first week of August, I think it was.
83.
Might have been the previous year, and I did 15 straight games without going to the bathroom. I came out and I felt like Austin Powers after I'd been frozen for 50 years.
98.
It was-
153.
Well, our room where we did the comms from was literally like a broom cupboard, and it was where all the sort of main frames of the computers were, and it was
59.
so hot in
You
there.
require 120.
Even in winter, it was it was boiling in there when it was freezing outside. Only imagine what a summer was like in there. We still managed to bring you the images
40.
and the
I require
entertainment.
94.
And still managed to give the players a bit of purpose, which was the priority at the time.
The priority now is to give them the kind of thrill that they crave, the kind of competition they want, and the chances like this.
74.
Well, the biggest compliment they give those
David,
behind
you
the
require
scenes is
80.
the ones that speak about it away. Not when they're here, when I'd sort of see them at different venues and they go, oh, it's just amazing there. I don't know why
40.
that was anywhere near
One
trouble.
required 20.
Yeah, that was a bad dart from David. Ryan should be all over that, which he
Games on the
is.
first leg.
It's a good leg from
Ryan
Ryan.
Harrington.
And when you hear the players interviewed, they always give fond
Second leg, it's Ryan
and
to throw
appreciative
first.
references, whether
Game
they're
on.
players that played in it prior that have gone on to get cards, or players that are sort of on the comeback trail.
Yeah, I don't think anybody has been as complimentary to this as Robert Owen, who vaulted
93.
his form from the point of knee surgery to getting a tour card over the course of a year.
100.
And the amount of success he had in that year was ridiculous. He is one of the Super Series greats. You think about
60.
someone like Robert and compare them to Ryan Harrington. You're talking about someone, I mean, arguably, there are probably
40.
people out there who think they're at a very similar level. We got Ryan, who's never made a Saturday, and Robert Owen's got 5 titles. There are small margins between greatness here and,
95.
I suppose, perceived mediocrity.
Agreed.
28.
Well, David's numbers have not been quite up there today. Coming into this one, averaging around 81.5, and in the break, as you said to Nico, at some point he's going to
40.
get found out here. know he's got another level to his game, and he may have to find it.
60.
Bit rapido.
Wasn't that a famous TV show on Channel 4? Rapido.
Yeah, it was a bit of a strange one, wasn't it? As most things on Channel 4, apart from
81.
Countdown, were about then.
A bit like Euro trash.
Yeah.
But you don't get Euro trash here. You get Euro brilliance. Because you've seen that from Ostland in his last couple of games.
132.
Trouble 19.
60. David, you've got
The one that
143.
I find quite bizarre is that embarrassing body. No. Is that like the dating show or something? So they haven't got enough
93,
confidence to go out and get a date, but they
72.
stand in front of millions of people naked. Naked attraction, that's the one.
Yeah, some people and some things just don't make sense. But this makes sense.
Game shot.
That makes a lot of sense. Today,
Harrington.
if he has failed at one thing, it's been double top. He's been missing it ever so slightly low.
It's David to throw first.
But that
Game
makes
on.
him feel so much better about not just his position in this game, but his future shots at double top.
Yeah, I
100.
agree. We are quite fickle as players in this sport. Once you start in one target area with regularity, you then start to fancy
135.
it, and then you start to hit it.
I like the improvement that I'm seeing from Ryan.
100.
Won his first tight game with a 77 average, but after that, he goes up 7 points to beat Barauskas by 4 likes to 2.
And he's eclipsing that level now.
120.
He is. He's just getting closer and closer to that 16 to 17 dart range, which you really need to
60.
own if you want to be part of a bit of a cabal at the top of the Group C table.
100.
Not a great deal of resistance here from Wazzy
140. Round record 146.
until then. Treble 18. It was a 50-50 call as to whether going to the treble
90.
20
David,
again
101.
was the better player. Very much up to the player. Oh, that's bullseye. Double 16.
69.
I didn't expect him to do
Round
that.
record 56.
And he's vastly experienced, isn't he, Harrington? He's been in the Slam. Made the last 16 of the Slam in 2019. He's played in 3 UK Opens. Well, he's
46.
actually played in more, but he's made the last
David, you're
64
required
on 3
32.
occasions. Played on European tours. Played in many
Score.
Players' Championship as a tour
Ryan
card holder.
required 10.
Challenge Tour winner. Dev Tour winner all the way back in 2011.
Oh, what a marker for double 5.
Game shot on the third leg.
So perfectly
Ryan
pitched
Harrington.
underneath that marker. He's not dominating the game scoring-wise,
Fourth leg, Ryan to throw first. Game on.
but he's just doing enough, and he's picking off chances. Yeah, you're right about the experience of the man from Essex, because
He's had a 9-darter. He had 5 years on the tour.
140.
Got an highest average of 101.26 in recorded competition. A highest TV average of
100.
96.47.
not to mention, you mentioned the 9-darter, which he hit on the Challenge Tour a couple of years ago. Actually, a couple of days ago, it was the 2-year
95.
anniversary of that 9-darter. But he's won on the Development Tour back in 2011. He's won on the Challenge Tour in 2017.
134.
So if there's 6 years apart from one stage to another, is he due to get back on the tour and get a win there? It's a hard ask in this particular climate, but
45.
I wouldn't be surprised if he was to go on and win a title at some point in the next 5 to 7 years.
60.
Would be a bit of a story, wouldn't it?
Wouldn't it ever? Some players just need
122.
that catalyst, don't they?
If you're thinking of a song and a certain checkout, How about
100. Ryan require 99.
99 Luftballons?
99 red balloons.
Indeed. Well, I tried to lay it up for him as best I could.
I mean,
27.
his 12-monthly
107.
average is 86.5. I mean, that's pretty decent
It is pretty decent.
over a big sample.
59.
If he'd had that average in this
Ryan
game,
requires 72.
it would probably be over by now.
Might be.
We have not had a 4-0 victory all day.
$40.
We don't
I love
quite
it.
have one yet.
David,
I
you
love it
require
when a player
48.
does that. Puts the 16 as the marker for the double.
Game shot
We're
the
not going to
fourth
get a
leg.
4-0 in this one.
David Wazowski.
He survives, does the man.
With the last star.
Indeed.
Fifth leg, it's David to throw first.
How many times has he done that today?
Game on.
4 or 5?
5 by my notes. Why I keep them notes, I don't know.
Well, the great John Gwynn, who we sadly lost
57.
very recently, he kept all of his notes throughout his entire career, whether it was radio, television, reporting,
140.
football, darts.
They were beautifully written. I got writing a bit like a doctor, just without the IQ.
60.
So, yeah, but I used to look at his books and be fascinated because they are that. Stuart Pike's another one who does that, and they have a book per tournament, and they can look back at that same tournament. It's brilliant.
43.
That would be a real piece to behold. Imagine if we had a museum.
60.
I think one of the pieces that people would love to see would be the notebook of John Gwynn from the 2007 World Championship,
Yeah.
especially from the final.
138.
I did email Gwynny's son Andrew asking what had happened to all of John's books.
55.
I think they would make a fascinating program just to look back through them and see how concise he was and just the incredible memories, and then maybe, if possible, putting it to some of the footage and the commentary.
Even if you were to somewhat
28.
digitize some of them and make them live forever.
That's exactly what I wanted to do.
61. Ryan
2
record
visits
152.
minimum to get this done. That's a bit of a wild one from the animal. Got 87 left now.
68.
And that could have been a little bit more fruitful for Ryan. He's just made this a little bit harder than it could have
Ryan
been.
require 84.
Another wild one into the 5. The pulling of the dart to the left has got to stop.
Just trying to force things to get over the line and as quick
33.
as possible.
David record 108.
Is that right elbow just starting to get on the inside a little bit?
72.
Just misses out on the double
Ryan
18 to
require
keep the match going
51.
again, but you got to throw the critique the way of David because he has had 7 visits here to keep the match alive. There's a lot of thought going into this double 16.
35. David
I think the
require
fluency
36.
was lost there.
Last starter incoming.
No
Ooh.
score.
Wow.
Ryan requires 16.
Now, this is where you need a definitive process. Breathe, poise, execute.
8.
And that one was getting further away.
Yeah, it was
David, you require 36.
a nicely thrown dart. So to extend the match to a 6th leg, double 18.
Game shot the
Gets it.
5th leg. David Wazowski.
Now we see how Ryan reacts to that.
6th leg, it's Ryan to throw first. Game on.
This sport can be torturous if you don't dispatch of your opponent quickly. can play with your mind.
134.
But imagine the scenario if David was to get out of here with a win and remain undefeated.
140.
Yeah, and what would that do to Ryan's psychology for the remainder of the day and his matches?
140.
Now someone is going to lose their undefeated streak.
135.
This is a really good leg from David. Keeping pace with Ryan. I was just about to say that lateral drift into the 5
81.
seems to have been corrected until just let that last dart go a little bit late.
100.
So far, it's been a match of missed doubles. 25 darts at a double between them. 5 have been hit.
Usually a match like this where you'll see somebody
90.
popping a big finish at the very end.
26.
57 for Bull. Not taken.
98.
Ryan's had multiple opportunities to get this done. Double top.
36.
He can't figure it out.
28.
This is huge. He hits this, he's got the darts.
14.
Can't save himself.
Ryan requires
Sixth
20.
match dart incoming for Ryan Harrington.
Game,
This time,
shot and the match.
he takes it.
Ryan Harrington.
And he does remain unbeaten, making it 3 from 3. And David Wazuski is defeated for the first time today, but still in a very good position. So, up next, Joe Croft back in action against Mindaugas Bauskas.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
And just like that, we are back to seal up round number 3. We've already seen the Carl Froch lookalike, Mindaugas Bauskas. He hasn't picked up a win so far today. Still looking for the knockout punch. But as far as Joe Croft is concerned, he started the campaign this afternoon with a very impressive 4-1 win against Leighton Bennett. For me, I think he starts as a marginal favourite based on what we've seen today. The one loss that Joe has, he was still very competitive against Anton Ostland in Game 5, only losing it by 4 legs to 3. But as the afternoon progresses, it'll be interesting to see what Joe can offer here. Like I said, this will end round 3. And as we go into round 4,
first leg, it's Joe.
the pressure ramps up on where you will stand overnight. The one win that Joe has had today, he did have the darts.
100.
He used them very effectively. And because he didn't have the darts in his second match, that's pretty much the sole reason why he lost.
100.
And you don't mind losing games of that ilk, Mace, because sometimes you can chase someone as
140.
best you can, but if you run out of visits, you think, well, if I'd had the darts, I would have won. Because I just didn't get that one extra visit.
85.
And that can all it be down to. More often than not, it usually is. Especially when you get two players playing at
60.
somewhere close to their top level in a match. It may not end that way, but it may end up that you are in that
55.
situation where you are just chasing that one extra visit. How often do we see players left on a finish but don't get a go?
Now, let me ask you a question.
56.
We're going to have a bit of a sliding doors moment here. And please ask whoever you're sitting with watching this if you feel the same.
180. Joe,
In
you're
fact,
144.
I'll ask the question now. I'd like your answer in the next leg. If Phil Taylor won the bull in that 2007 World Final, do you think he would have won the match? 62 left. Has to be 12. Has to be bull.
56.
More time for Joe.
44. Game shot on the
Wonderfully
first
done.
leg. Joe Croft.
Staying in that 6 visit range all the time. Joe, very good and very impressive.
Second
And your
against Minda
answer
gets the Joe
is
first.
No, as you know, I'm very much a if names on pot lad, and
100.
so many things happened in that match that were
60.
fortuitous to Raymond, that I think no matter what happened, that was his year. And I can give, wow, what's going on here with the maxes from Baruskas. And we've actually had this conversation whilst working for Talk Sport and looking at
100.
and not just going back 10 years, 20 years, 30 years, moments en route where you were a player. You can pick a
90.
moment where a player was a little fortunate to get away with things, but ultimately they've gone on to lift the title.
like Rob Cross in 2018
Exactly that.
against 3 different
100.
opponents.
And it goes for 131.
Exactly that.
Oh, that's not too bad. Get a big 19 here and all is well.
$89.
I think somebody had a bit of a miscount there.
I agree. And not for the first time this week.
Yeah, you're not going to get 10 points for that calculation as per countdown rules.
100. And it goes for
You were
42.
2 points away.
Game
Or
shot on the
maybe
second
he
leg.
just wanted to
Minda
leave double
goes
16.
Baruskas.
Even with a calculating error, he still
Then it
gets a
Joe to
14
throw
darter.
first. Game on.
He could be the next Jose de Souza.
139.
Some of the things he's done in his career. Great to watch. Fabulous guy to talk to. Super friendly.
100.
But still can't make sense of some of the things he's done.
And you think where he was and then what he did for that
44.
couple of year period, absolutely incredible.
I'll never forget the time he averaged 127 on the floor.
100.
A couple of years ago. And I thought it was a computer error. I thought it couldn't have possibly been that high.
180.
Oh, yeah, he won 127 plus. It hasn't been replicated. It hasn't been anywhere near that the last couple of years.
60. Joey
I think Mick McGowan had
138.
I think something like 123 against me or something. It was absolutely ridiculous. I think it was only possibly best of 7 or best of 9. I can't quite recall, but I don't think I got a dart or a double in the game anyway.
There are actually some anecdotal average stories. We have a list of it somewhere. I've got it on my phone somewhere. I'll have to show you later.
32.
Talking about some games that happened, and there's no actual proof of what happened, but based on accounts from certain players,
141.
these things could have happened. Now, that 141's not going to happen.
60. Joey required 32.
This should happen.
No score.
6 darts at double 16 missed.
Minnegus, you require 81.
All on the outside.
57.
That was such a good chance to break the throw.
Joe, you require 32.
It's Joe's job to make his opponent feel bad now. At least he's got a different target this time.
24.
It doesn't work.
Minnegus, you require 24.
Yes, those averages you were talking about. I had one of those myself in the Somerset Open.
12.
Actually, on a board
Joe, you
next to
require
Justin
8.
Pipe. I went 10, 11, 10 in a best of 3.
Game
Best
shot
of
the
5
third
for
leg.
3-0.
Joe Croft.
That's 2-1 to Joe. I think he might have to have a stern word with double 16.
Fourth leg, it's
He
Minnegus.
still gets the leg, but
game on.
well after he should have got it. Well, I heard many stories. I think before the days of recording averages at the
83.
European Tour, Richie Burnett had a 120 plus.
Yep.
But there's no recorded proof of it, so it doesn't count as the record.
Myself and Wayne Mardle watched
85.
Adrian Lewis hit 512s. That's a 125.
That's 125, yeah. There is actually a 125 in the
85.
Dart Connect era from Jamie Hughes
Yes.
in a qualifier. He won 6-0 with the equivalent of 612 darters.
95.
And there's a couple of stories about 130 pluses from Michael Smith and Kyle Anderson.
Yes.
58.
This goes to show what is possible over the course of first to 6. Never mind first to 4. I still think,
60.
when you consider Darrell Pilgrim's record, I think it can be bettered. But you're going to have to be white hot.
Yeah, only because of the format.
95.
I think we can, yeah, I think it will go. But it may take a while.
It wouldn't surprise me if Darrell breaks it himself in Champions Week.
100.
Exactly, yeah.
And judging by his running average, I think he's going to be in Group A.
60. Joe, you require
I
161.
thought about that. I don't know why I thought about that for a minute. Well, if he's not, we're in for some
60.
incredible darts over the next 7 weeks.
120.
Sorry, Darrell. Everybody's getting 4 darts from now on in. Only joking. This is no joke. Almost a
100.
second 120 finish of the day.
Joe, you require
of
101.
Varauskas.
101 for Croft to go. 3-1 up. Trouble 19. Ooh, 45-36 route.
65.
Slight
Minnegus
over
require
pitch.
20.
Asking
Game's on the fourth leg.
Varauskas the
Minnegus
question. He has the
Varauskas.
answer. 2-2.
Fifth leg, it's Joe to throw
Quite disappointed,
first.
actually,
Game
that
on.
Mindaugas has only got 2 shirts. We thought after day 2, where he'd had 2 different coloured shirts, that he might have a third strip.
45.
He's only got the 2. Still a very good dart shirt.
Yeah, I'm liking it.
100.
I like the colours. Like the collar. Like the graphic on the back.
Do you know what it reminds me of?
135.
I don't know why. But a ZX Spectrum. One of those old computers.
I was thinking more EA Sports.
81.
It's in the game.
It's in the game. Darts is very much in the game.
100.
And you got to be in the game to win it.
Before today started,
60.
I think we all had the same thought when it came to Mindaugas, and that is he's going to need to find another level overall.
60.
He hasn't found it yet. Just get the feeling that he might need to find, over the course of the next
60.
3 or 4
Joe,
months,
you require 161.
he wants to feature in Saturday nights and possibly win titles here. He might have to be able to cope with an 85 to 90 average all the time,
97.
whereas at the minute it's more of the 80 to 85. You put yourself in 5-point brackets. He's very much an 80 to 85 kind of player.
140.
And I've got
Joe,
an
you require
example to
64.
show you in the next leg of someone who has improved in that way. But
Games
that is a
on the
3-2
fifth
lead.
leg. Joe
An 18
Croft.
darter for Joe. He's working very hard today and getting his just desserts. But if you look at
Six-legged
Polish player
Mindovich to throw first.
Krzysztof Kachuk,
Game
when he
on.
made his Lakeside debut and he's playing affiliate tour stuff in Eastern Europe, he was always between 80 and 85. And then when he went to Q school,
140.
he did something that I didn't think he could do. He averaged 110 in a game. And I thought at that point, maybe he's got a level that we don't know about. And then for
81.
periods over the last 3 to 4 years, he has found higher levels of performance. And he, for me, is a better player than I ever thought he could be. And there's no reason why
180.
Mindaugas can't do the same.
Totally agree. It's only application, isn't it? When you've got a certain amount of talent, it then comes down to dedication,
85.
application, and belief.
I think he genuinely enjoys playing.
100.
But the moment someone like him believes in his talent to a certain level, then I think people are going to have to watch out.
85. Mindovich require 81.
And another example of that, Nico, was that incredible World Cup performance with
49.
Krzysztof Ratajski, where they smashed the pairs world record.
Correct. Can't take that away from both of those Polish players. And the funny thing was, before that tournament, they were saying,
140. Mindovich require
well,
32.
maybe Radek Cyganski should be playing with Krzysztof Ratajski.
Games on the sixth
Oh,
leg.
yeah. I love a
Mindovich
double-double like that.
Borowskis.
This one is going the distance. But sometimes when
7 from final
in a
against
World
Joe
Cup
to throw
environment,
first. Game on.
people like us, people in the media say, well, on form, Cyganski's playing better than Kachuk. Maybe he should play with him. That's the only motivation you
85.
need. The motivation for Borowskis here is to get his first win of the day.
And it would be a big win
135.
against, for me, someone who looks like they could potentially be on the shortlist
100.
for getting a qualification place. That was a flyer.
I'll take it.
Yeah.
Oh, we almost got another one.
71.
That would have been Switch City.
Slip City.
But look at that, though. Treble 12 actually gets him in front.
60.
Maybe a bit of a sign about the temperature in the room. And sometimes
117.
it can affect the fingertips because it's very much a fingertip grip that he's got.
Yep. You combine a little bit of moisture in there, and
80.
you will get a few wayward darts.
And he's got the darts here in the last leg. Can he take full advantage of it?
58.
Not really. This is where you get tested in this format. Can you win a last leg shootout
60.
against someone who has been in this position before this week? A match dart for Mindy.
80. Joe, you require 160.
Chance for Joe to end this one with a bit of a blockbuster. It's going to be awkward. Makes the adjustment, double 18.
Game,
Oh,
shot
what a
and
finish for
match.
Joe Croft,
Joe
who
Croft.
steals the win from Borowskis 4-3. Well, the better average came from Borowskis, 89.47 to Croft's 82.56, but it's Croft who gets the points, and he is in third position, well, joint second position with Anton Östlund, and he's in action in the next one against David Wazowski.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Welcome back to the MODUS Super Series here at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth, where before the break, Joe Croft rounded off things against Mindauskas Barauskas, a 116 checkout in the last leg. So we've played 3 rounds of fixtures here on the South Coast. These are the results from the matches that we have seen so far today. So those are the results. This is how it correlates then as far as the league standings is concerned, and it means that there's only one more unbeaten player left in the field in Ryan Harrington on 6 points, 3 players on 4, and Mindauskas and Leighton still to get off the mark. Now, before we get this next one underway, which is Anton Oslund against David Wazuski, just a bit of an update on conditions on stage. It's a very hot afternoon here in Portsmouth on the South Coast. Temperatures reaching around about 26, 27 degrees, and the temperatures correlating to something even hotter on stage, so much so that David Wazuski has been changing shirts over the course of the day. In the commentary box, the air-conditioned commentary box, may I add as well, lucky for some. Here's Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Thank you, Henry. Well, getting your job in mainstream media. That kind of directive.
First leg, it's Anton to throw first.
Ooh.
Game on.
It's the summer. It's a little warm. Ooh.
Well, of course it's hot on stage, Mace, because Wazzy's on fire. I like an open fire in Sweden, don't they? They do some of the best cooking on open fire. I've heard from our good friend Dean Moss, actually, in the break. Dean,
Yes, hello, Dean.
Great to hear from you. He is
180.
a source of great information when it comes to Nordic and Baltic players. He's telling us about the 2 dots above
58.
the O in his surname makes it pronounced Östland.
Yes, like burst. But without the B.
140.
You don't want to feel like a burst balloon in this league table over the couple of days.
60. 100.
Now, this is a really good start from David, who has had a bit of a somewhat, how's it best described?
100.
A bump in the road.
A bump in the road day, yeah. I mean, the last game he lost 4-2 to Harrington, but he could have easily pinched that one away.
36.
He is very, very quick. And that is something that Anton's going to have to handle here, because whereas he's not slow,
125.
he's just going to have to remain a little bit
David
patient
45.
instead of being dragged into a bit of a rattler game where things just keep going and going and going in a fast circle.
37. Antonio require 100.
He's been playing in many different colours this week. White, grey, black. This is red.
90.
But in the words of
David
Tony Green,
require 8.
that's black.
Six.
It's almost pointless
10.
to have those hot scoring starts if you don't take the double. I know that's fairly critical of me to say, but when you lose legs where you've dominated the scoring, it makes you feel awful.
5. David, you require 2.
This is still for a break of throw. How
No
many
score.
darts at double does he need? He's
Antonio
really
require 5.
getting plenty of chances today, but
More than 8, apparently. That's how many he's had already, Nico.
double 2 for us. Östland. Fixed on the fly.
No score.
Who wants it?
David, you require 2. Game
There you
shot
go,
the
right
first
in.
leg.
22
David
dart,
Wazuski.
break of throw. I'm not surprised to see a leg like that because, like Henry said, if it is a bit
Second
warm in
against
there,
David to throw first.
you've got to maintain
Game on.
hydration, you've got to maintain energy. And towards the end of a session like this, where things have bunched up for a
56.
few, a game like this is extremely important because you've got Wazuski on 4 points, Östland on 4 as well. They've created this little crater between
97.
the top 4 and the bottom 2. And their job right now is to make those two at the bottom feel even worse.
100.
But because there's only 2 going through from this group, we might have a bit of a race on our hands in the next 24 hours.
Well, when you look at the games to come,
60.
the key games for the players at the top, Harrington plays Croft.
30.
Croft plays Rzuski. Harrington plays Bennett. Bennett's got 2 games to go. Up next, one against Baruskis. Got to win that one. Then he'll have to win
96.
the one against Ryan Harrington.
Someone's going to get points on the next one because
100.
Mindy plays Leighton.
Yep.
But with all due respect to those two, we are fixing our eyes towards the top of the table at the minute. And the winner and runner-up of this group are more likely to come from
58.
the other players.
Yes.
I always go back to the Moreno Blom thing from almost a year ago where Scott Walters
45.
won 10 out of 10 on the Thursday and didn't win any games on the Friday and didn't qualify. But what's largely forgotten about that scenario is that Moreno Blom only had 2 points on the Thursday, but still got to the top 2.
98. David, you require 170. $51. Anthony
That
require
did not
92.
go to plan. 92. He's looking at double 18 twice, surely. There's one.
56.
I'd rather see
David, you
him miss
require
it high
190.
than low. At least he gave it a chance. This is a chance.
79.
It was.
Antonio required
He
36.
had 18 darts missed at a double in this contest, Nico.
Too many. Double 9.
Game shot on the
That
second
doesn't
leg.
miss.
Anton
Pretty much
Osland.
perfect.
Delegates Anton to throw
Say
first.
no more.
Game on.
It's only leg 3.
The old UB40 track, 1 in 10. Do you know why they come out with that
140.
record and called themselves UB40?
That was the unemployment benefit form, wasn't it? A UB40.
55.
Correct. Of that era.
I was never really a big fan of UB40. I was surrounded by the likes of AC/DC and Gary Moore and Thin Lizzy.
180.
I have quite a broad appreciation of music, but I do love bit of UB40.
140.
also like a bit of Frank Sinatra and a bit of Tom Jones and a bit of Robert Nesta Marley.
Of all the names you could have come up with for the next one, I wasn't expecting that.
Well, it sounds better than
58.
Bob Marley, doesn't it?
I wonder what these
60.
guys are being to.
Antonio require 120.
Well, with Anton being from Sweden, he obviously likes hard rock.
Or a bit of ABBA.
They were good. They take Eurovision so seriously.
What about a bit of Aha?
Norwegian.
Oh, there,
91.
there you go.
I like a bit of
That's why I don't do quizzes.
Ace of Base. They're Swedish.
Oh, yes, yeah, they were, yeah.
180.
That's pretty ace.
Antonio required 32.
This is very close to the basement.
Game shot on the
Very
third
meant
leg.
for 2-1.
Anton
That's more
Osland.
like it. A 13 darter with the first dart conversion.
Fourth leg, it's David to throw first.
What's the first thing you think of when I mention the country Sweden to you?
100.
Expensive beer.
They are noted for it.
Yeah, it's about 3 times the price.
Remember when I was growing up and I asked
Volvos.
100.
Gary Robson about Sweden and places like Switzerland and Finland. He said, you will not believe how
41.
expensive a drink is in those countries.
100.
I always remember the story about Jarkko Kummila from Finland, who used to travel 1,000 miles for his local league darts.
60.
Wow.
Yeah, that was around about the time he made the World Masters final, and they were saying that because there wasn't really much in the way of darts around where he is, he had to travel almost 1,000 miles just to get the darts. That's the equivalent of traveling from
100.
Melbourne to Sydney.
Which Aussies would drive?
Did it a few times.
100.
Took a while.
Yeah, the Americans do some mad travelling.
If you were to drive from Sweden to England, you'd have to drive through Denmark, Germany, the Netherlands,
177.
Belgium, France, and then get to the UK. Well, if
100.
Anton was a car right now,
Required 24.
he'd be a very, very fast one. 666.
12.
But he's just
David,
hit the
require
brakes.
100.
David will fancy this, gets the treble.
80.
Can't say he hasn't had chances
Antonio
today. He's
required
had plenty in this
Yep.
game.
He's had 12 darts at a double. Hit one.
That's a good marker.
Game shot on the fourth flag.
Used it a little
Anton
bit.
Östlund.
And Östlund 3-1 up. Looking very good to be going to the top of the table.
Fifth leg, it's Anton to throw first.
Now, Ryan Harrington
Game
is
on.
currently undefeated on 3 wins for 6 points. And he has a leg difference of +5. But if Anton wins this leg, albeit
100.
his game in hand on Ryan Harrington, he will go to the top of the
60.
table with Ryan having a game to play in this round. That is against Joe Croft in game 12. But based on what we've seen in this match, it's way
100.
more likely for Östlund to get the victory here than David, because he's in a very similar position to what he was in against Ryan Harrington in round number 3.
92.
He's gone from being the person dictating the pace of the game and the quality to someone who has gone to the chaser.
Yeah, and he's just taken the pace out. He's shown a lot of
140.
experience here as Anton. He has just taken the pace out of the game, hasn't he? He's playing at his tempo, not getting called up with the
100.
speed of David Wazowski.
Yeah, and that is a perfect example of it. He's still at the
161.
table when David is throwing. He's just approaching with a few extra seconds of thought.
Well, it's that advice I was giving out earlier in the week, isn't
81.
it? Just go over to, just occupy yourself doing something so you don't feel like you're being held up or getting involved with the speed of a game.
And this is probably the first time he's ever played
57.
against David.
Antonio require 80.
But he's obviously doing his homework.
For sure.
16.
The Merv Kingway.
That is a
Game
beautiful
shot
finish
on the match.
and a beautiful result for
Anton
Östlund,
Östlund.
who goes to the top of the table, albeit playing one extra game than that of the Chasers. But that's 84.27 and 22% on the doubles. It's good enough. But look at how many misses at double there were early in the match. Because Östlund found a little bit extra, that's why he won by 4 legs to 1. When we're back, it will be a 4th meeting of the week between Leighton Bennett and Mindy Barauskas.
Hey, I'm Gary Ashburn, and I've been working in the world of collectibles and memorabilia for over 30 years. I'd love you to join me every Sunday night at 10 p.m. for Collectibles Guru, where we showcase awesome items from the worlds of sport, music, TV and film. You'll hear the stories behind the genuine signatures and get a front row seat into the world of sport and showbiz. So tune in every Sunday night at 10 p.m. only here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back. Time for a bit more England versus Lithuania. As you can see, Boom Boom is back. Still looking for his first 2 points of Group C. But the same can be said for Mindy. We did say that earlier in the week. It was Cockney rhyming slam. When you say it's a bit mork out, that means it's a bit windy. A bit mork and Mindy. But what's Cockney rhyming slang for sunny then? Because it's very, very sunny. Both outside this arena and on the stage with that very bright yellow shirt.
Well, the sun's current bun, so I'm not sure if it's current bunny.
85.
Yeah, that's a bit old school, a current bun, isn't it?
85.
It just hasn't clicked today for Leighton, losing 4-1 in his first performance.
60.
Then 4-2 against Rzuski. Then 4-1 to Erstland. You get the feeling that he would really benefit from a good start in a match, getting a 1 or 2-0 lead. Something to build on as opposed to
100.
Constantly being the person who is having to chase somebody down.
Yeah, and just give him an opportunity to settle a bit. He's not been gifted that opportunity yet today.
100.
And I've started to notice that the action is changing back to the slightly quicker pace. It's got to remain patient. Let something embed itself as natural. And that can take as much as 3 to 4 weeks
59.
to be done unconsciously. They do say it's around 1,000 reps.
Yeah.
At least that's what VJ Singh used to say about the amount of shots that he used to try on the driving range.
What's that fabulous book? 10,000 Hours, isn't it? Saeed?
43.
Oh, Matthew Saeed.
Yeah,
great sports writer.
Yeah.
For The Guardian, and a great bunch of books he's written as well. I loved his book Bounce, which was about the mentality of sport. Really, really clever.
120. Like you reckon 114.
So often it's played between the ears. Treble 18.
I like treble 16 here.
Agreed.
He's going to go back up top.
58. I'm going to guess you require 10.
Double 5.
Game shot on the first.
Clinical from the Lithuanian. And yet again, Leighton Bennett is going to have to chase.
Second against Leighton to throw first.
We are yet to see anything akin to what we saw yesterday in his 5th game. I just wonder if he will find it towards the end of the schedule once again. His final match will be against Ryan Harrington.
100.
Which could be a bit of a feisty affair. I think it's fair to say that the mentality and
41.
The temperament of Leighton Bennett has been tested this week. And I think he's passed with flying colours. But we knew exactly what we were going to get from Barauskas and from Jurius and from Erstland, because when it comes to where they're from,
54.
they just know how to keep their head. Just think of Darius Labanauskas and how much celebrating he does, even when he makes a quarterfinal of a World Championship. He doesn't. He just turns around and shakes your hand.
Yeah, again,
42.
Keeps everything contained. We've made reference to it before, but it was Ross Smith
44.
in the match play, wasn't it? He got himself emotionally invested in that game and literally just nothing left.
Yeah, I agree. I think in the first 5 legs he was
60.
Quite boisterous. And I worried at that point that the energy levels were just too high. Sometimes when you need to manufacture that much energy, it can have such a detrimental effect to later in the match.
Well, you leave all the adrenaline out. There's nothing left, and you need a certain amount of. Like, we don't like playing nervously, but there's that balance where it's a mixture of adrenaline, a little bit of nerves.
I think that's something that Gerwin Price has mastered over the years. Double top.
Well, he will build, won't he? He will
Making it
start,
require
and then
100.
he'll just build up and build up and build up until he's at the optimum levels of everything he needs to operate at the highest level.
59. Mitigation required 40.
Double top again.
30.
And a chance for Leighton. I'll be fascinated to see where he goes here.
41.
I'm going to touch on that. The end of... We'll get this leg out of the way. Double 8.
25. Mitigation required
Starting
10.
to show signs of despair.
Yes.
Oh, no.
8.
Well, how many
Lazy
legs
required
have you ever
16.
seen that have been won on 2 double ones?
I've done it accidentally on 5 and been making too sure of the single one and hit double one and then gone 1 double one.
No,
Well, let's find out. Let's see if it can be
Mitigation
done.
required 2. Game
There it
shot
is,
on the
2 double
second
ones in the same leg.
Indigus Borowskis.
Yeah, back to the celebrations. Mine were pretty manufactured just to try and
Third leg, it's Mindigus.
unsettle and annoy my opponent.
Game on.
Did you ever go down that route?
I think
I suppose it depends who you're playing, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so. I mean,
60.
the famous semi-final I had with Phil Taylor at the Circus Tavern, everything was very organic because I was so in that game and the adrenaline had never
60.
been higher.
Yeah.
I still had lots of energy at the end of that one, even though some of the moments were great. But I still remember some of my
60.
best performances on big stages were when I was super focused and I didn't show anything. I played Alan Tabant, second round of the Worlds in 2012.
100.
Still value that as one of my greatest ever performances because I started well, I owned the game, and I showed very
7.
little. Because I knew that when I was playing Alan, he wasn't going to give anything back.
No.
So I thought,
And you're not going to rattle him anyway.
no, I'll play it like it was on the floor, and it worked a treat.
59.
I'd learnt from the previous round because when I played Mensah-Sulovic, I gave too much early.
Yeah, I wonder if that
41.
element of the game is now lost because, for those of you who don't know, the Pro Tour's played in cubicles, and out of respect for everybody else playing, everything's got to be muted. So you don't learn that
44.
craft.
In order to ask current players about
83.
that, you might have to go to the more experienced, the likes of Steve Beaton, maybe Richie Burnett.
Yeah, they just don't play that way anyway.
No, they don't.
70.
Oh, that was a bit Richie Burnett-esque, that one.
The scorpion kick.
Did he ever catch you with his heel?
60.
He caught me on the shin a couple of times, yeah, back in the day. I'm such a big fan of him that I bought a pub named after him. That's the ultimate fanboy.
96.
Every time I played Richie, I give him a good social distance.
Yeah.
I actually used to stand behind the table.
81.
Not even safe
He
there.
requires 72.
72 left then. Okay.
54.
He's trying to manufacture
Because
something here by
109.
trying different doubles. Nothing seems to be working for Leighton here today. Double 16.
Game
And
shot on the
that
third
is a
leg.
dagger to the heart.
Mindigus Borowskis.
Yeah, that will hurt. This has been a poor one from both.
Fourth leg, it's Leighton to throw first.
Surprisingly, both
Game.
of these two at the foot of the table at the moment.
Are we seeing in this match a little bit of a dose of, I was doing something
59.
right yesterday, I kept it going. Today it hasn't worked, I'm trying to revert. You must remain
60.
on point. We thought that yesterday the rhythm was something he could work with, but it's not going to be a daily change.
Yeah, and he made progress as well. Match on match.
It's really important that when you make a change, whether it be rhythm, grip, anything like that, that you give it some
99.
time. I know the clock is ticking this week, but if you qualify, if you don't, you're going on to other challenges after this where you give it time to embed and become very useful.
Yeah, I'm very natural. It becomes an autopilot thing. It becomes your default way of playing.
168.
What a lovely switch that was from Mindaugas.
I think when you
96.
put in a performance like he did in that final match, the impatience becomes greater because you think, right, I can do it. Now I just want to, why can't I do it again? Why can't I do it again?
Now, Borowskis has got a really good record against Leighton this week. He's won 2 of their 3 games.
133.
He's not far away from getting a 3rd. Clickety-click left. 66.
66, yeah. 97.
Very, very nice.
57.
Nobody's been bageled today. Double 10. But he may be the first.
Mitigation required 36.
He's had a plethora of different doubles in this match, and he adds double 18 to that to win by 4-0. That's his first 2 points in this group, but if he's got any hope of getting through this group, he's going to have to find more points by the end of the day, and lots of them tomorrow. When we come back, Ryan Harrington will close down round number 4 of Group C against Joe Croft.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
That last game did not take too long. So now we focus our attention on the end of round 4 to see whether Ryan Harrington can remain undefeated or whether Joe Croft could indeed go to the top of the table. We didn't mention that at the end of the last game, did we? Because we wanted to tease you a little bit. In order to go top of the table, though, from 3rd, he's going to need a win here of 4-0. Not out of the ordinary, because we have just seen a 4-0. But I get the feeling, Mace, that this game will be played at a slightly higher level than the previous
Ryan
one.
To throw first.
Yeah, I think these are
Game on.
a well-balanced pairing. Both have shown glimpses of their abilities. Seen plenty of these from Ryan Harrington today.
But it's the stuff in between.
Yeah.
100.
180s are great, but you need backup shots too. For instance, if you think about getting a 180 at the start of a leg like he's done here, what's he backing it up with?
83.
83 is okay.
Turns into 2 tonser. That's the problem. The max turns into 2 tons. He follows this up with
59.
well, a 97 and sorry, I meant to say 2 ton 40.
98.
So it, you know, it can cancel itself out quite quickly.
I think the biggest thing about this game
60. Rounding
is
required
how does
140.
Joe play towards the end of the session on debut?
Yeah. I think the advantage in this game is with Harrington because the pace will suit him because
80.
wow, that's gone a long way away.
He's very lucky not to have bust that, you know.
Yeah, there's going to be a bit more rhythm to the game. Any signs of frustration?
81. Rounding requires 60.
Double top.
Didn't like that either. You like this double 10 going in?
40.
How many times do you hear that noise of right hand on right thigh at the end of a visit because of frustration? It's happened way too often today, even for somebody who is
140.
undefeated.
Required 20.
Stats tomorrow are going to tell a
Game
very
shot the
interesting
first
story, but the stat that
Ryan
you need
Harrington.
for that is 1-0.
Nice
Second against
start,
Jones to
16
third
dart
first.
hold.
Game on.
From the town of Chelmsford in Essex, which
80.
is not that far away from the PDC HQ.
Yeah, Muscles.
Town of Brentwood, just down the road as well,
84.
which was famous for apparently the only way is Essex.
Yeah, Muscles, where the offices now are
140.
for Matchroom, the PDC was Barry's old house. And it's beautiful.
45.
In all my time, I've never been there.
Well, I've been lucky. I've been there a few times.
60.
I suppose it's a pilgrimage for anybody who is involved with PDC action. And Ryan's dad, of course, was a board member of the PDC for many years.
140.
Yes, that's right.
Fully retired now. Hasn't got anything to do with the sport. He wants to play golf and fish and relax.
Yeah, I think he does a lot of that in Spain now, doesn't he?
180.
Don't blame him.
Yeah.
Just watch
90.
out for
Joe
that
required
towards the
41.
end of this game and the session.
Yeah, he's a good fisherman, is Rod, and he's meant to be.
Got a good name for it.
Yeah.
Game shot in the second leg. Joe Croft.
He's meant to be a decent golfer, but I don't play golf, so I wouldn't know.
Yeah, he's not bad at all.
Yeah, look,
In
it's
fact,
Ryan to throw
Ryan is
first.
very good
Game on.
as well. We played at a PDC event last year, and yeah, Ryan played pretty well.
135.
That was a lovely last leg there from Joe. 14 darts. And now he's getting into the game.
140.
This has got potential, this one. We talked a little bit about the ceiling of performance for Joe at the
46.
start of today's session. We know that he can put in an average of around 105 for best of 5 legs.
180.
Give him extra legs. He might even be able to top that. Both utilising a very upright angle of attack. And that is something
121.
that lends itself to big scores. Very attacking throws. How has he got that in there?
141.
That's an astonishing approach from Joe. On for the best leg of the week.
Yeah, on a 10.
140.
That's an aggressive leave as well. He's got to get this.
Game
10 dart leg.
Best
Joe
leg
Croft.
of the week. And an average after 3 legs of
Like it's
110.92
Joe to throw first. Game on.
for Joe Croft. Ryan Harrington, not too shabby, 97.65.
Let's take something else into the
100.
equation then. We talked about his route to get here by winning that vault event in Bedfordshire. He started that tournament
100.
in a group stage and played well. But as the day got on, he seemed to find more fruitfulness
140.
in the scoring. And the same is happening again.
Well, he averaged 104 in that final, didn't he? So that tells me he doesn't suffer
85.
with any type of fatigue. Certainly doesn't struggle to get over the line.
140.
You can't ask for much more than this. He's on 1-2-1 after 9 here. He was on tops after 9 in the last leg. This is destructive.
40. Joe, you're
He's
121.
currently unplayable.
Does he fancy it?
87.
Well, now he's got double 17, which nobody likes.
And when you're playing this well, and your average, if he hits it with one dart, his average will come down.
60. Joe, you're requiring 34.
Decided not to go for it.
Game
It
show
turned
the
out to be a
fourth
very
leg.
good choice.
Joe Croft.
And his average did go down.
Tumbles down to 109.98.
Fifth leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
Now look at that. Joe just
Game
can't wait to get back to the hockey. He's playing that well. We have not had one average this week in 3 figures. In fact, the best we've had has come from Benjamin Drurius
46.
of 97.73. I'd be quite surprised if
60.
Joe averages under 100 now.
Well, just a 15 darter here, and he'll be well over the ton.
180.
4 180s now in the match. 2 from Harrington, 2 from Croft.
60.
Standard-wise, the best game of the day by quite some distance.
It certainly is when you look at the scoring columns.
105. $81. Ryan record
He's starting to lose the line a little bit. Harrington loses the line himself.
80.
I think the players in the practice room watching this will be thinking, I hope I'm not playing one of these two in the last round. Somebody's got to.
100. Ryan
Joe's got
90.
Rzuski. Harrington's got Bennett, who's the only player not to register any points so far in this schedule. And if he doesn't beat Harrington in the last game,
50.
he will be the first person to have a pointless day this week.
$100.
Score halved by Joe.
Ryan require 40.
1 out of 3 so far in the doubles.
Game show on the
Make
fifth
that
leg.
2 from 4.
Ryan Harrington.
This time, Joe has the
Sixth leg,
honour.
it's Joe to throw first. Game on.
And again, another 15 darter. We'll see him
140.
have an average in excess of a ton, our first one of the week. It's 7 140s and 2 180s.
75% on doubles as well. That always adds up to something pretty dishy in the average
60.
column. But the thing that impressed me with his first visit there was how he was able to surpass the dart in the small 20 and still get that 7th
81.
140. That is a real skill to have. There it is again.
140.
An 8th 140 is, like you say, his ability to work around what appears to be a blocker dart.
125. Joe, you reckon 161.
That's a good leave in the end. Just look at the bull here.
60.
Should have looked at the bull there.
170.
And he left himself a 2 darter. Well, to wrap up what's been a blistering
Joe, you reckon
performance
101.
in blistering heat.
Might even be another leg, you know. And if you're going to get 7 legs out of any match today, this is probably the one you want to watch. If he walks away with a defeat here, Joe Croft is going to be devastated.
Let's not ignore what's been a great performance so far from Ryan. He's had the kitchen sink thrown at him.
18. Joey requires
the slap
63.
on the thigh.
That is an Olympian shaking of the head right there. Double top.
43.
Went for the old treble 10 trick there.
Only require 18. Game
There we go,
6th
3-3. Great game.
Ryan
Both
Harrington.
averaging in the 90s now. Harrington retains favouritism.
7th and final leg. It's Ryan to throw
They're
first.
not too far from each
Game
other, are
on.
they, in terms of where they play?
Yeah, less than 60 minutes, I would say.
I wonder if their paths may have crossed in sort of local open competition.
140.
Well, without getting too political, in previous generations, Croft versus
60.
Harrington would have been quite fractious.
I didn't even think about that. Yeah.
Your granddad did what to my dad?
70.
Yeah. Yeah, I didn't even consider that.
Water under the bridge, guys. Water under the bridge. Everybody gets along now. Let's keep it
85.
that way.
Yeah, well, it's nothing to do with these two, that's for sure. They were just kids.
58.
Well, in fact, Joe was just born.
Indeed, yeah. That's a great
95.
save. He's clinging on to Harrington here.
By the fingernails.
There was an argument there for
99.
Bull to get into the 120s range. But it very much depends on what comes back from Joe right here. It's going to be plenty. But is it
100.
enough?
Only require 134.
No, betwixt and between there. That is another great save.
Yeah, massive that dart. Could ensure 1 dart tops with 2 at 24. And he will be back for the 75, but the pressure's been applied.
95. Ronnie requires 75.
Best game of the day. Does it end right here? It does.
Shot on the match.
He's undefeated.
Ryan Harrington.
4 games from 4 for Ryan Harrington. How he's come through that, I've got no idea. He didn't even give Joe Croft a match dart. I can't wait to see those guys at it tomorrow in game 4. Croft, who was averaging around 113 at one point, it came down, but Ryan Harrington, clinging on with his fingertips, gets 8 points from a potential 8. It's now time for the final round when we come back.
Catch the best thoroughbred racing from South Africa alongside 15 live greyhound races at 11 o'clock every Tuesday, Thursday and Friday morning, live here on Sporty Stuff TV.
Welcome back, everybody, to the MODUS Super Series, where we've got one more round of fixtures to go on this Thursday afternoon at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth. And this is what we've seen so far today. 12 matches gone, 4 rounds of fixtures that have been and gone. And the one thing we know is Ryan Harrington is word perfect as far as Group C is concerned. 8 points to his name, and the splits are beginning to become a bit apparent. Anton Oslund on 6, Joe Croft and Dave Rzuski on 4, Mindauskas Barauskas picking up 2 points himself. Now, Anton Oslund can join Harrington on the 8 points if he can get the better of the Lithuanian here. However, if Mindauskas Barauskas can pick up the win, it makes things very interesting. Right, let's get down to the commentary box and hand over to Paul Nicholson and Chris Mason.
Yeah, this is the round, Henry, where we can figure out where they can finish for the day. If Barauskas was to get the win against the Swede, he'd finish on 4 points and would have a very decent tilt at getting to the top 2 tomorrow. But if he loses, he's guaranteed to be behind by 6 points. It could even be 8 points behind the league leader, because Harrington will have a shot at perfection against Leighton Bennett in game 15.
Yeah,
First leg, it's Mindagus to throw first.
Anton, priority, just getting the win here by any means and by any scoreline. Because then he will briefly join
100.
Ryan on 8 points. Follow this one. Joe Croft against David Wazowski. And then it will be Ryan against
57.
Leighton. Oh, we can't discount Leighton in that one because we did that last week in Group A, and he produced a 4-0 win against Conor Heenan, didn't he?
He did. He hasn't lacked any sort of energy
60.
this week, and if he has been feeling tired at any point, he hasn't shown it.
No, not once.
Yesterday,
100.
Östlund, 6 points, leg difference of +5. Any win here would mean his best daily campaign. Definitely kicking in the right direction.
I mean,
100.
I don't want to say we told you so, but we did say.
That's like saying, I don't mean to say this, but I'm going to anyway.
100.
Who's your 2 to go through as it stands after 4 rounds?
I'll give you 3 names, and it's the 3
43.
names currently at the top: Harrington,
156.
Östlund, and Croft. I think they're the 3 standout players today
Yeah, I think that's very fair to say.
in terms of
95.
every metric and level of performance.
And we will prove that unless things go drastically wrong in round 5.
59.
When we're back tomorrow at 1 o'clock on our
61.
YouTube channel.
Yeah, well, it gives us a chance to crunch through the numbers in between sessions this evening. Don't forget, Thursday and Friday's
Aim shot
double
on
session
Thursday.
day.
Mindagus Barauskas.
We're back tonight, 10 o'clock, back on Sporty Stuff TV.
Now, that
So
little
I guess
giggle you heard
Anton's
from
on
Chris
first.
Mason was because
Game
of that really funny finish of 61. It's almost like it was on purpose.
Don't forget, you can join us
60.
here Saturday night. We'd love to have you at the Live Lounge in Portsmouth on London Road. Tickets are free. It's just a £2 booking fee. Come and
81.
enjoy one of the most intimate darting venues in the sport.
See a great deal of European talent as well.
140.
Because by the looks of it, you're going to get at least one other non-English player
45.
coming through this group, in my opinion, because I do believe that Anton will qualify. And then you've already got the Irishman in the finals in
25.
Conor Heenan. This week, Östlund has beaten Barauskas twice by a distance. 4-0 yesterday,
95.
4-1 on Monday. But Tuesday was Mindy's day. 4-3 on that occasion. Fair to say that on Tuesday, things just didn't go right for Anton.
He missed busloads of doubles,
59.
didn't he?
$100. 100.
Solid. Getting himself to the finish first on this occasion.
100.
But this is what Mindy does.
117.
He just flies by and says, I'm already on a double.
33. Mitigation required.
And he might be 2-0 up.
Where's this performance
Game shot in the second leg.
come from for
Mindy
both? He's 2 out of
Borowskis.
3 on the doubles. He's averaging 88.41. By comparison, Anton, yet to have a dart at a double,
to throw first.
he's averaging
Game on.
67.
Let's go through his averages for the day. 79,
100.
almost 92, 83, and 84. I maintain, for whatever reason, because I don't know Anton, I've only seen him play this week.
140.
But you do get the feeling that there is another level in him than what we've seen.
140.
And we mean that with all generosity because,
He's got 100 plus in him.
oh,
And some.
easily.
140.
He will have a game where the scoring and the finishing clicks together.
Remember what Lamb Chop used to say?
60.
Not the animated character, your good friend Richie Davies. When he made the Lakeside final, he said to the broadcasters, the only difference this week is because I've figured out how to take my practice game to the stage.
131.
And often, that's the key. Because most of these dart players can hit most things in practice, but
86.
if you can find a way to take it to the stage,
Doesn't
then you've got it
require
cracked.
90.
See, that would be the most remarkable of appearances for me. If we were to unearth Richie Davies.
Game
Oh,
shot in the
well,
third
he's just
leg.
unearthed a lovely
Anton
12 darter
Rosales.
there. But back to my point. Does anybody know what Richie Davies is up to? If he's playing darts right now, does he fancy a bit of a tilt at the Super Series?
Fourth leg,
Get
it's
yourself
Anton
to an
throw
ADC
first.
event.
Game
Richie
on.
would love to have you back.
Yeah, I think. Well, he has a very good job, I know that, which is why he initially stopped playing. But I'm
97.
pretty sure, because we do have quite a lot of Welsh people in the backroom staff, don't we, of PDC and-
180.
with all the officials, and I'm pretty sure one of them told me that he was playing a bit of league
85.
darts, and still very good.
Well, in the words of Uncle Sam, then, we want you.
Yeah, I'd love to see him come back for a game.
100.
He can bring Chrissy Johns and Peter Locke with him.
Welsh week.
Yeah.
59.
Abby could be the presenter. She'd be in heaven with that, wouldn't she?
Yeah, get Webby and comms.
7.
We had a Welsh referee here once, didn't we?
You? Well, he did some spotting, didn't he?
Gavin Roderick?
100.
Yes.
He's from Wales. We could have a 100% Welsh week. I would love to see that. And then at the end of the week, you've got the
83.
best of the Welsh. You can have an
So we've
English
got
week the week after that,
160.
Scottish week the week after that. I might be pushed to get 12 Lithuanian players. But I bet you we could get 12 Swedes.
63. Mitigation record 131.
This department for Mindaugas today has been much better.
87.
Finishes
And Sonia required
have been
97.
found, especially early.
Stund is under a spot of bother here. Could
39.
find himself.
Mitigation required 44.
1-3 down.
Game shot on the
He
fourth
is
leg.
1-3 down. And there's only one to go for Mindy to finish on 4 points. And that would also guarantee
Game on.
that Leighton Bennett is going to be bottom of the table at the end of Thursday, because you'd have everybody on a minimum of 4 points.
125.
That isn't the young lad from Lincoln. Meaning that things are bunching up towards the top again.
180.
Making for a very fantastic Friday.
100.
He's Anton about to try and make his move.
58.
What would be a miraculous comeback. Raiskas averaging 92. Everything there at the moment. The scoring, the finishing.
Yeah, it's good. He's ticking a lot of boxes in this game. Forcing Uslan to hit that.
136.
Best average of the week for Mindy, 93.77.
100.
He's above that right now.
And Sonia require 83.
Does he get a look at double 18? There's only one way to stop him, Anton, and that's to hit the ball. Oh, it's wonderful. What a great hit. He is the king of skin saving this week.
And he's had the 90 on the ball. Now he's just hit the ball on the back of 83.
Game on.
To take us to a sixth leg. Can he take us to a decider?
Day one, he hit a 144 to keep the match alive. He's hit a 164 to win a match.
100.
Lad's got stones.
Big ones.
41.
Probably likes his takeout a big kahuna burger.
140.
You remember what happened in the previous
100.
match when somebody was dominating? Next thing you know, somebody had other ideas.
Yeah.
It's starting to happen again.
140.
Stern look as he collects that 140 from the board. Sometimes this week, I suppose,
100.
you could accuse
121.
Borowskis of not finishing the job early enough.
$74.
Do you blame him, considering he's already hit it?
No, twice, yeah. He's 2 from 2 on the ball.
They would have sent a definitive message, that's for sure.
42.
Going into leg 7.
Antonio
And
required
he's got
47.
time on his side, so why not?
Double 16.
Game
That
on the
is
sixth leg.
3-3.
Anton Uslan.
Everything has changed. But one thing remains. Mindy's got the
Seventh and
darts.
final leg is Mindigus
Classic
to
comeback, this.
$121.
It will feel a little bit different playing your final game at this hour at 4:50 in the afternoon compared to maybe
126.
3 hours before this. Some players might, in fact, feel more energy because they're playing a little bit later thanks to a little bit of
100.
extra sleep.
Yeah, and lunch.
Any ideas what the ideal lunch would be for this afternoon?
Ooh, I'd have had a big bowl of pasta, mate.
I
40.
spoke
Probably
to,
around about 12.
yeah, I spoke to a few players about this during the summer. Pasta with no cheese, because cheese slows you down, makes you want to sleep.
140.
Chuck in some protein there, whichever protein you prefer, plant-based or indeed something like chicken or tuna.
100.
Maybe just the
And they get to
tiniest
require
little snack throughout
140.
the course of the day, just to make sure that you've got optimum slow-release energy for
60.
the whole campaign.
Yeah, maybe one of those grain bar. I'm not going to say the name of them, but
130.
You're almost there anyway.
yeah, not unless they want to sponsor me.
Match starter tops. He
Game
survives
shot
the
and
comeback
match.
from Anton Uslan.
Mindigus Borowskis.
And now He does have a say in Friday because he's only going to be possibly 4 points behind the top spot. That's a good day for Borowskis, who has his second best performance overall in a game against Sussland. And when they play again tomorrow in round 1, it will be 2-2 between them for the week. When we come back, it's going to be a very good game between Joe Croft and David Wazzy is on fire.
It's the final straight. Your horse is challenging for the lead. Victory is so close you can taste it. This magnificent animal giving everything for his jockey. And in the last strides, your horse is beaten. Fortunately, with Coral, you'll get a free bet up to £10 if your horse finishes within a length of the winner. Available every day of the season. Coral.
A really good game in game 13. And it's another one that goes with the darts because of 13 completed games today, only 3 have featured the throw being broken overall. Joe Croft, first person to hold his throw in a match here on Thursday afternoon. He will now complete his debut day against David
First leg, it's
Brzezinski.
Joe to throw first. Game on.
This is the penultimate match of the schedule. Will Joe Croft finish on 6 points for the day, or will he have to settle for 4?
81.
Same for Wazzy, because he's on 4 currently. He might just be able to vault his way up to the top 2
66.
with 6.
$21.
And will, Nico, that defeat to Ryan Harrington, the aftermath,
100.
affect Joe Croft here?
Yeah, I'm really curious about that actually, because
Well, we're going to find out plenty about him, aren't we, over the course of 2 days?
oh yeah,
140.
the sample size is very fair. 2 days of action. He's obviously not going to have an undefeated campaign and getting 20 points from 20.
83.
But how people respond to defeat is very interesting. How they react immediately to defeat is interesting in itself, but how people come back
95.
and their mannerisms tell us a lot.
Yeah, and you would have only had sort of 20 or so minutes to stew and analyse it. Sometimes that can be a benefit. You don't have too long to overthink the situation.
I mean, you and I both know, because if you put a
60.
brisket in a pot and stew it for 20 minutes, it's still going to feel tough. Some people need a bit longer to get more relaxed.
Game shot in the
boy.
first leg.
A 152.
David Wazowski.
Was he on fire right there? And that's going to make Joe feel
Second
a little
leg,
bit worse
David
than he
to
may have
throw
felt at the
first.
start.
Game on.
Started the day really well.
128.
Twice to get 4 points on the board. Since then, 2 defeats. But he is a player who has won against the
100.
throw today. That's what he's looking for again here. And he's changed back to the
94.
original shirt as well. I wonder if that's going to be his pattern. Play 2 games in a shirt, then change.
60.
Well, dart players are quite fickle.
55.
As for Joe, he's remained in the dark gunmetal grey today.
95.
As far as debut days are concerned, it almost feels the same way as I was impressed with Anton on his debut day on Monday.
135.
Maybe not going to get a massive amount of points. But what I will say is technically, temperamentally, I am super impressed with what is possible for him. But he's shown more frustration in the last 10 seconds than we've
82.
seen all day.
David require 89.
Double
Gage
five.
on the
Oh,
second leg.
another 15
David
darter.
Wazuski.
Yeah, 2 from 2 on the doubles, a 152. That was an 89 finish.
Feel like it's Joe to throw first.
You see that word amazed on the back of the collar right now. It's not amazed for Joe, it's
59.
dazed and possibly confused.
Wazuski's finishing has been amazing.
140.
He provided that 2-0 lead. Just a shade over 3 minutes. That's fast.
60.
Not as fast as that new Japanese train that's coming out in 2027. Have you seen that? Do a mile in 11 seconds.
100.
We can't get a train to leave a station.
The Japanese people just do everything more efficiently. What a country. I'd love Japanese week here.
27.
Yeah, it's on the bucket, not the Japanese week's on the bucket list, but to go there is on the bucket list.
Just go to
85.
You've got to do a bit of touristy stuff in Tokyo. You've got to go to Shibuya, which is where you got the famous crosswalks. It's quite the thing. Shinjuku train station, which is the busiest in the world. You can navigate that. You can navigate anywhere on Earth.
100.
I've done Grand Central Station in New York.
Nothing compared to that. Nothing. That's where you can get the bullet train to Kyoto, which is
140.
only 220 miles an hour. I maintain
95.
that the growth
David
of the
required
sport in Asia
36.
really does lie with Japan.
Games
And
on
that
the
is
third
another
leg.
double
David
without a
Wazuski.
miss.
It's even better. This time it's a 13 darter.
Look at
Well,
his
then it's
averages for the day.
David to throw
82,
first.
81, 76, 77.
41.
This is a bit better.
As you know, I'm a big petrol head, so the Japanese car culture
100.
is just remarkable out there. Innovative in so many areas. Just got to make sure I don't end up bringing the car
100.
back with me.
Right now, David is playing like a monster truck. He is rolling over Joe
81.
like he's dirt. This start has been so good.
180.
Every single time he hits a 180, he looks to the heavens. It's not a bad place to look to the heavens at in this place.
Maintaining an average in excess of 105.
He's finding his top level at a very good time.
140.
He's one dart away from an average of over 107.
140.
And considering we haven't had a ton
required
plus
40.
average this week, this is destructive.
20.
But now,
Joey required
comebacks
40.
have to start somewhere. Croft is in this leg.
20.
But he does exactly the same as David.
David required 20.
Match start 5. But it is double
Game
5
shot and the
that gets him
match.
over the line.
David Wazuski.
He doesn't quite get the ton plus average, but that really was a great performance from Wazzy. He was on fire for most of that game, and he finishes the day on 6 points. Joe Croft, a very useful 4 points on debut, but he's got quite a lot of work to do to make the top 2 in the table at the end of Friday. Only one more game coming your way for Thursday afternoon session. It is Ryan Harrington going for 10 points. He's up against Leighton Bennett, who doesn't want to be the first person this week not to get points in a daily campaign.
Meet Rob's Gran Mary. She loves nothing more than a day at the seaside. And an ice cream. And Rob, well, he wouldn't miss it for the world. By taking time outs on his account, he's making time for moments that really matter. Winner. Setting it up is simple. Choose from days to weeks at a time, or customize it. When you play safe at Bet365.
Final game of this afternoon's Group C session then. And one thing we do know is that Ryan Harrington is going to be at the top of the table come what may. But now he has a chance of being 4 points clear at the top overnight. That is a position that he's never seen before. And just to give himself that extra motivation, just imagine if he can be undefeated in the first 6 or 7 rounds. He might even have a chance of getting that magical 20 points over the course of 2 days. But job one, get yourself into Saturday. It will be 1 foot there if he beats Leighton Bennett.
First leg, it's Leighton to throw first. Game on.
Job one is to break the Bennett throw in the opening leg, because that's not been a good omen.
42.
Member of the team here, Jack Garwood's picked up on something with Bennett. He's played 19 matches. This is 20th match of the week.
59.
He's won 4 matches. Those 4 matches, he's won the opening leg in 3 of them to go on and win it. He's only recovered from 1-0 down once in 16 attempts.
That's a very telling statistic from Jack. What does it tell us? Is
99.
It lose the first leg, head slightly down? Is he used to maybe getting out of the chops a bit quicker?
45.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's just finding it hard to recover from early angst.
42.
Did win his last game yesterday. His best performance of the week.
58.
Almost averaging 97. But what we've seen from David Wawrzewski just now was the best average of the week so far. 98.56. Could have been so much better.
Yeah, he was 3 from 3 on doubles, wasn't he, going into that final leg? Had he hit the double with the first dart, it would have been 107 average.
$132.
That could have been a lot worse. I know why he switched there, because sometimes Ryan has this habit of clattering into his own darts and the dart ends up on the floor.
85.
The last thing he wanted there was 120 floor.
Exactly.
What he wants here is double 16.
94. Leighton, you require 130.
Leighton's had bullseye finishes this week. He'd love another. I knew he was going to get two treble 20s.
120.
Of course, as soon as you mentioned the ball.
Only requires 16.
Commentator's curse.
Well, what is that flight doing?
8.
Did it
Rating
put him
required
off?
10.
Double 4. That double 2 has plagued him
Only
all
require
week.
8.
Yeah, he's had an absolute disaster down there.
Game shot in the
Well, that
first
one's right in the
leg.
corner.
Ryan
I
Harrington.
swear when that left Ryan's hand, he probably thought that was busting the shot.
Yep. And he was probably
Second leg, it's
hoping that
Ryan to throw first.
it didn't go
Game
anywhere near the line of doubles.
Well, LB is looking for a W here. But when Ryan's getting a leg before Leighton Bennett, that is not a good
100.
sign, like we mentioned in leg 1.
Not a good omen. But because it's been mentioned, watch him come from 3-0 down to win 4-3.
96.
We like a punt in running and it gets to 3-0. Wade in.
45.
So much intensity on the face of Ryan Harrington. I just wonder how he would play if he just decided
100.
to just rein that back just a little bit, just to relax.
Yeah, just to allow himself to play with a little more freedom. That is very much his
58.
style. It is intense. Everything is aimed.
Well, a bit like Shane Burgess. You look at him throwing darts and it's like he's looking down the
57.
edge of a microscope.
Everybody gets 15 quid. If you've not read it, gotta read it.
55.
That reminds me, actually, somebody's got my book. I don't even remember who's got it. That's terrible.
60.
If you've got my Everybody's Got 15 quid, can I have it back, please?
$44.
Did you get 15 quid?
Yeah.
Their
100.
dart is getting very jerky indeed.
I think it cost me. I did sit down and when Shane was doing the book, I said, look, I'll sit down and work out how much it actually cost me to get my England place, and it's close to 20 grand.
85. Leighton, you
You
require
think of all
88.
the Super League games that you had to play to get picked for county, and then all the county games that you do home and away over the years and then of course if your face doesn't fit, it takes another couple of years until you're in a position where
31.
they can't pick you.
Running record 114.
Leighton's played for his country at boys level.
Holds the record. The average record at that level.
You can see in the background that he's full of internal emotion right now.
43.
But it's not
Leighton,
about-
requiring 57.
What you're feeling, it's how you react to that feeling that defines you.
37.
What is it Batman says?
Running requires
It's
71.
not who I am, it's what I do that defines me.
Deep. Tops.
51. Leighton, you require 20.
Double 10. It's in there.
Game shot on the second
He's
Both
leg.
had
of
a few
them.
problems on that
Leighton
double as
Bennett.
well.
Yeah, both of them finding the bottom corners of the doubles in their opening
The leg, it's
legs.
Leighton to throw first.
Just to give you an indication of what you're
96.
going to see tonight, because our evening session starts at 10 p.m. You will get another
100.
dose of Rhys Griffin. I'm sure he was disappointed at not getting through Group A this week. He did
Good
have
camp.
2 chances, though.
Yeah, good campaign.
57.
Trina Gulliver, the great 10-time world champion, will join us alongside Owen Bates, who is probably the favourite for the group based on form. Harry Gregory, really looking forward to watching him play.
140.
And Benjamin Drurius from Denmark. It'll be also very interesting to see Benjamin in that group
58.
when he's not got his Nordic and Baltic teammates of sorts in the practice room, because everybody there is from a different
100.
school.
Yeah. Yeah, it'll be interesting to see how he copes with the different dynamic of the players' area. On the cards here
56.
for a
Running record 161.
third consecutive break of throw. Certainly are now.
137.
Super darts from Ryan.
I've been impressed with him today.
He's done his job,
Yep.
in the words of Roy Keane.
102.
And that's a really good bit of
24.
board management there from Leighton. 6.
Game shot on the third leg.
There's that break of
Ryan
throw.
Harrington.
Just another game where Leighton
It's
loses
Ryan
the first
to throw
leg
first. Game on.
and is grafting like he's doing bear crawls on the beach.
42.
And they're not fun.
This is not fun for either of them at the moment. Feels like Ryan
59.
is preoccupied with playing Leighton and completing the job. We've seen it so often where a player gets to 4 and really struggles to
100.
just get it done and make it 5 from 5. It adds pressure, doesn't it?
It does. It's because you're not
100.
happy with losing your last game in a campaign. It's like bogeying the 18th, even though you haven't had a bogey all day. It still leaves that sour taste in your mouth.
60.
It's the whole what-if situation. And you don't know how valuable that game could possibly be.
Yeah, come
Some
this
tomorrow.
time. Come this time tomorrow. That a drop point here could be the difference of finishing second, third, or even first.
Yeah, no second chances here in Group C. You either qualify or you're gone.
36.
And I love the fact that Harrington, well, for his sake, has got the last game of the session and the first one tomorrow in his
99.
position of dominance. Before Östlund, Vavzevsky, and Barauskas play, and Joe Croft as well, before they play again, Harrington could be on 12
79.
points. He could be
Yes.
6 points ahead.
Yep. Yeah, because this is
140.
a big opportunity, especially we know that Leighton doesn't get out of the blocks quickly in his opening match. Hasn't done so in any game
72. Late in your requirements, 67.
so far this week.
Double 16.
35.
Chance for
Running
Harrington
require
to be
112.
3-1 up. He gets a shot at double 16.
80.
All he
Late
can
in
do
your
is
requirements,
cast a shadow
32.
over it.
Game shot on the fourth leg.
That's such a lovely
Leighton
dart,
Bennett.
considering how much he's covered that bed.
Oh, they both had nine darts at a double
Fifth
apiece.
leg, it's Leighton to throw first.
They're 4 from 18 between them.
Would you see today as a bit of a regression for Leighton?
58.
Yeah. Yeah, I think so. I think he was comfortable with the group come Wednesday. Of course, then you've got an
45.
influx of players that you won't be familiar with outside of Barauskas and
59.
Östlund. So, yes. Again, he's 17 years of age.
125.
Invaluable experience here this week.
Yeah, massive.
He's going to be stronger for this come what may.
55.
But if he is going to listen to us, that third dart must be thrown the same as dart 1. It's got to be smooth. He may even be feeling some sort of discomfort in that right shoulder.
140.
And sometimes that's because of the position of the elbow. When that elbow goes on the
59.
inside and you're throwing from that position, the the elbow joint is engaged.
And it is quite a deep backswing, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not as if he's throwing like Devin Peterson, who doesn't really have a drawback. It's coming back towards the jawline. So look at that bicep. It's engaged, but if it went any deeper than that, I'd worry.
140, Ronnie Rick, 134.
If Harrington was to win this leg, he'd have more breaks than the Crucible.
59, ladies and gentlemen, 130.
Another good last dart to set up a very gettable chance for Harrington, which he now will have a look at.
Ronnie requires 75.
17 double 12. So it'll be 18 and tops.
Game shot in the fifth
No
leg.
bother.
Ryan Harrington.
5th consecutive break of throw.
Sixth leg, it's Ryan to throw first.
I
Game
think he
on.
might have hot hands. Giving it the old Simon Whitlock blowing of the fingers. Sometimes when it's a little bit hot, what you want to do is just manufacture a little bit of cool on there.
Yeah, just a dry.
100.
Let's see if he can use that to get himself the only hold of throw in this game.
100.
He's in position to do so.
60.
Whatever happens today to Leighton, it's just another day of learning. And you learn more when you're defeated.
59.
The interminable words of you have to learn to lose before you learn to win. He's learned to win
100.
before this. But he's got more experience at the age of 17 than most people have got into their 30s.
44.
He leaves himself on a big out to finish the day.
58. Ronnie
He's going to get 6 for it
164.
if he needs them. If he wants them. I think the treble 18 is probably still the play here. Doesn't want it.
132.
All in all, the right thing to do. 3 from 10 on the doubles.
60.
And with 3 in
Ronnie
hand,
requires 32.
you fancy he's going to be perfect for the day. Double 8.
24.
He's left frustrated
Ladies
one
and
more
gentlemen,
time.
123.
Treble 18 needed. Treble 18 not found.
83.
Found double 4 earlier in the
Ronnie
match,
requires
right in the
8.
corner. And he finds it
Game
again.
shot on the match.
It's been a superb
Ryan
day
Harrington.
for Harrington, who gets 10 points from 10. He's not particularly happy with the state of his right hand. He's had to manage the situation very well today. But the most important thing is he now has a 4-point cushion at the top of the table, and he will play against Leighton Bennett in the very first game tomorrow, and he could even stretch it to 6 points. As for Leighton, unfortunately, it hasn't gone his day, and he's the first person this week to get no points in a daily campaign. Let's get the words of Henry Deacon and Chris Mason to finalise things up.
Paul, thank you very much indeed. So the session is in the books, and it is a perfect carded session as far as Ryan Harrington is concerned. I said to Paul Nicholson up here after Game 6, he's hit the post a few times in terms of qualifying for a Saturday here at the Super Series, and maybe this time he would have had that extra little itch being scratched, and it showed today at times.
Yeah, and I think, listen, he's the most experienced player in the field, had over 5 years as a tour card holder, he's played in the Grand Slam, he's pretty much ticked most boxes off the card. But yeah, I was surprised to hear that he'd not qualified for a Saturday night. And listen, he's halfway there, isn't he? He's played very well today. Best player consistently, I'd say. But everybody seemed to have some big moments, with the exclusion of Leighton, who seemed to really find it tough going today.
Well, Harrington came out with some clutch moments, including this, to get the better of Joe Croft in the last leg decider, and this really was game of the day.
Yeah, by a mile. Joe Croft will wonder how on earth he managed to lose that one, but credit's got to be given to Ryan. He just about stuck in there, and again, that game was all about experience. He's on debut here, isn't he, Joe? And this is the first time he's played in anything like this kind of environment and under the lights in this kind of heat, because it is incredibly warm out there. But in parts, I like the look of Joe Croft. I reckon there's a proper player in there.
Most certainly. David Wazuski, day of two halves as far as he's concerned?
Yeah, and, you know, it's early on, he got away with murder, really. He was averaging 81.5, 82 in one game and 81 in another, but got 2 wins out of it. Then sort of got found out a little bit in the middle matches, and then, my goodness, this performance to literally wipe out Joe Croft, and as well as Joe's been playing today, was some statement. And had he hit the double at the first chance at 3-0 up, he would have an average of 107, and that will give him confidence going in tomorrow. Could be dangerous.
How superstitious are you, Mace?
Not particularly.
Well, David's 3 wins all came in one shirt, the 2 losses came in another.
Well, then he wants to put the other shirt in the bin then, doesn't he?
Well, that's mainly been because of the conditions, which we're up here on the balcony after play has finished here, and it is sweltering on it, let alone what it's probably like on stage.
Yeah, I mean, we do use the latest technology in terms of lighting, so whatever type of heat will rise. The old lighting that they used to have on dart stages was like playing in a sunbed. But listen, it's comfortable. It's nice. You want to play when it's warm. I mean, the players either moan when it's cold or there's a draft. These conditions are perfect.
Goldilocks on the 3 darters, right?
Absolutely.
Well, let's have a look at the table then at the halfway point in Group C. As you can see, Ryan Harrington has a 4-point lead at the top of the table from Anton Oslund in second place, alongside Dave Wazuski on 6 points, Mindauskas, Barauskas and Joe Croft on 4 points. Leighton Bennett yet to get off the mark. As far as Anton Oslund is concerned, we were talking at the top of the show, and you were bigging up the chances of Anton. There was enough there, you said, during the first 3 days to see a successful campaign. How would you assess his day today?
Yeah, he's in position, isn't he? Both myself and Nico said, even by the middle of Tuesday's session, that we thought he could make Saturday night's final. It was scoffed by all the experts who are not here giving their opinion. But yeah, there you go. Look, he's in position. I just think that if everything clicks, his all-round game, when he finishes. Listen, he's had 9 ton-plus finishes this week so far. When he hits his doubles in one dart, he's going to be dangerous, because he scores well enough. It's loads of 180s. Every metric you look at, except hitting a double with 3 darts in hand.
Just don't believe everything you read on the internet, mate, that is for sure. Right, let's have a look at the tournament bracket then as we reach the halfway point of our week. Group B is going to get underway later on tonight, and I suppose the headline act in there is Owen Bates, 4th on the Challenge Tour Order Merit. Him and Cam Crabtree in 2023, well, they paired up together. They've been a revelation, the pair of them, and he comes into this time with huge expectations on his shoulders.
Yeah, it's going to be slightly different this time round for Owen, and there's been a little bit of a dip in form, but that can happen, and all he's got to do is remember, they call it form for a reason. You can dip in and out of form, and you can try and time your run in. He's just got to come in and let his darts do the talking, be natural, play how he normally plays, enjoy it, because you can see the effects of what pressure can have on players. We see it here a lot when there is players that come in with a lot of expectation. Luke Littler's dealt with it the best so far, but Owen Bates not too far behind him. He's hit some big numbers here. He's had some big moments.
As far as Trina Gulliver's concerned, we saw her at the weekend at the World Seniors. Where do you say her game is at the minute?
When she's playing me, all right. I think what she's to do is just put my name on the back of all the players. She'll be fine then. Yeah, listen, she can still play at a high level, and absolute legend. And listen, whenever chance you get to see Trina up there in action, it's always enjoyable.
Right, we're going to go and cool off now, aren't we?
We are, mate. Maybe with a cold milkshake or something.
Diet Coke?
Yeah.
We'll do that then. Right, we'll see you at 10 o'clock sharp on Sporty Stuff TV and on the MODUS Super Series YouTube channel for the beginning of Group B action. But as far as Group C is concerned, it is Harrington who's top of the pile. Bye-bye.
one.
First leg, it is Leonard to throw first. Can we have the very best of order, please? Game on.
Our referee, Justin Bradshaw. Hardly put a foot wrong this evening. All good referees, you don't even notice they're there.
What was it we said last night, Scotty? They should be heard and not seen.
All referees should be heard and not seen, I agree.
96. $140. 58.
Bates there hitting an 18. A little bit more board management so that if he does manage a 180 here, he will find himself on a finish.
Yeah, we've talked about this a lot already this week. His board management is excellent.
58.
He's always thinking about what he's doing.
To be honest, the young man's made me think about what I actually do. If I'm totally honest, he's some of the ways bamboozle me, and some of them make absolute perfect sense.
100.
Unfortunately for Bates, one treble there is not enough to get him down for a finish. So Gates is going to have 6 darts from this 116. 57 for tops, finds it.
76.
Not able to find the tops though.
Both these players have their eyes on the prize. It's just about who wants it more.
140.
Yeah, great darts there from Bates, putting that pressure on Gates here.
That's game shot. And the first leg.
No pressure for
Leonard
Gates.
And more importantly, a good hold.
Second leg, it's Owen to throw first. Game on.
What he's been doing all week when he's had the darts.
100.
He's really done well, Leonard Gates, holding his own throw and giving himself a base to build off of.
Yeah, well, if he can play well on his own throw, it makes him incredibly difficult to break throw on.
100.
Which is what Bates does need to do if he's any chance to win this match.
100. 100.
A steady exchange of tons so far.
$100.
Quite easy for our referee, Justin Bradshaw, at the minute, isn't it? Ton after ton after ton.
Absolutely, and Bates showed there that he was happy with his ton.
121.
Gates just stepped it up a little there. But Bates will be the first one down to a finish. A lovely little 76.
$100.
Yeah, good last start there from Gates. You could see he
76.
needed to stay on the 20s, but he needed to find an angle to stop the other darts being a preventative issue. And it's tops for Bates to go 1-1.
Leonard, you require 80.
Doesn't find it, so gives Gates the opportunity for a 2-0 lead if he can take out this 80. Now he's going to have 2 darts at double 10. One dart's all he needs,
and
though,
the second
with a clean
leg,
80 finish for Leonard
Gates.
Gates, who now doubles his lead at 2-0. An important break of throw for him. And now has the opportunity to throw for a 3-0 lead.
Game on.
Which will be incredibly difficult for Bates to come back from.
60. $134.
Yeah, great switching from Bates.
He's been like that all week. If he does block the treble 20 early doors in a leg, he is not adverse to moving. And he moves to
100.
much success more often than not.
$140.
Yeah, backs that 1,304 up with a 140, so gives himself a nice little buffer in this leg so far.
$91.
Good last start there from Leonard. And there's Bates straight back into it again. Can he find a third?
140.
No, just falls short. So Gates needs a treble here to give him a chance to leave a finish. Not a treble one though.
83.
That'll
Owen, you
work.
require 87.
Leaves himself 167.
More luck than judgment, I think, on that one. It's double 18 now.
That's game shot and the third leg.
Yeah.
Owen
That
Bates.
was a great leg from Bates there to be able to break straight back.
Fourth leg, it is Owen to throw first.
Giving himself
Game
a bit of a
on.
G up there, saying, come on.
Partisan crowd in this evening.
131. $140.
And great darts from Gates there as well. Look at this. We're into the fourth leg here.
140.
So far, both players are averaging around that wall. Bates at 105, Gates just below a ton. Fantastic standard we're seeing so far.
It's not often that Gates is outscored, is it?
59.
Has Owen Bates saved his best average till last? We know that he's had a 10-darter in the lowest leg of the week.
60.
We've just seen his 170 being the shot of the week.
Yeah, what has pulled Bates's average down during the week is those missed doubles, chasing the doubles around the board. I mean, if he'd been closing out those doubles
100.
in 1-2
Owen,
darts,
you require 170.
he would have averaged over a ton plenty of times during the week so far.
And if he hits this, this is my shot of the week.
145.
That was close. And we know he's already done it once this week. But he'll have the opportunity to clean up the 25 with Gates back on 202.
57. Owen, you require 25.
Generally goes 9 because he likes that side of the board. I think you can see the close in his eyes there. He closed his eyes momentarily when he walked back.
21.
Oh, 2 wires there. Left himself
Leonard, you
double 2,
require
which is a little bit tricky, isn't it?
145.
And it would not surprise me at all for Leonard to take out the 145. Not going to happen now with that first start, but as I said, I wouldn't have been surprised to see him do it, to be honest.
105.
Yeah, good
Owen, you
setup
require
there.
4.
Bit higher.
2.
Oh, and a little bit too high. He was a little bit too
Leonard, you
cautious with
require
those first
40.
2 darts there, I think. Not wanting to go inside and go up for the double one. But he
He
has
did
been...
everything he needed to do, bar hit the double. It's Gates now. He
That's
has
game
the same
shot. And the
issue.
fourth leg.
But he
Leonard
is
Gates.
very good on that double top, and he is very good under pressure, Bates. Gates.
It was bound to
Fifth leg,
happen
it
at
is
some
Leonard to throw
point during the
first.
match. Yeah,
Game on.
you know, we saw Bates break in the third leg, but Gates has broken straight back. So, as we say, a break's not a break until you can hold. So that was not a break, really, for Bates. So
60.
Gates now with the opportunity to close out this match. God, there's too much Bates and Gates going on here.
Let's just call him Lenny and Owen.
46. 135.
Bates needs to match that. Needs a double treble visit to stay in touch.
85.
Oh, last dart deflection there. Wasn't a poorly thrown dart. It's just deflected off one of the others and into that 5.
54.
Still a chance to catch. And here he goes.
Needs another treble. And finds it.
140.
So Gates has to hit a treble here. Well, he's found that. Found 2.
125.
Nearly was a 3. And same thing happened with his dart there. It was just deflected.
Snap, I think they used to call that when I was a kid. Exactly the same.
140.
Yeah, good solid darts there.
Leonard, you require 127.
Bullseye for the match.
102.
Oh, and there was only a wire in
and
that.
you require 90.
Safe route, another one of those for Bull.
That's
And
game
where
shot.
Gates wasn't
And
able
the
to
fifth
do
leg.
it, Bates
Owen
was.
Bates.
What a fantastic bullseye shot there from Owen Bates to keep him in this final, bringing the scoreline back to 3-2.
6th leg, it's Owen to throw first.
And another break of
Game
throw.
on.
Indeed, who wants the throw? Nobody. Hasn't worked out well for them of late, but this one is.
180.
Well, Bates has to keep his throw this time, because if he doesn't, then he'll be the runner-up, not the winner. And look at this. 180 for 180.
To be fair, the crowd there equally cheered Leonard Gates's 180.
Well, everyone
as
loves
they
to
did
see it.
Owen Bates's
85.
180.
And it's the first bit of emotion we've heard from Leonard so far, I think. I'm sure he gave himself a bit of a shout at the end of that. Could be wrong, though.
97.
Could have just been the crowd I was listening to.
Could well have been.
Needs a treble.
60.
Telling himself off there.
Single treble visit here would put the pressure on Bates.
60.
And he hasn't achieved it.
Yeah, but he's still at a finish. I mean, it is a big ask, but completely doable.
Treble 20 here.
140.
Let's see Bates
Leonard, you require
surely
164.
get a go at the outer ring first. And it does. Gates needs another one of those.
60.
I thought the second one
Owen,
was
you
in.
require 36. Game shot and the
there
6th
it
leg
is.
to Owen Bates.
Oh, and we've got ourselves a last and deciding leg. And I think that's fitting for this final, because this has
7th
been
and
of a
final
great
leg. It is
standard
Leonard
so
to
far.
throw first, and we have the very best of order, please. Game on.
They've still managed to keep up with their averages there. Bates just under a ton. Gates just on the 95 there. Fantastic match so far.
Until the semi-finals, that's pretty much been Leonard Gates's
140.
great start there from Leonard Gates.
$81.
Not the start Bates was looking for, but good recovery on that last start, finding the 57.
140 is only good if he backs this up with a treble 20 of some sort.
60.
And those were 3 very well thrown darts under the situation. But this is what this young man does.
140.
Well, 6 darts in and we're evenly matched. There's not much in it. 2 treble visit here from Bates is going to see him leave himself a finish.
140.
Superb reply from Leonard Gates.
So a 2 treble visits needed from Bates now. Oh, not going to find it.
82. Leonard, you require 161.
Disappointed in himself there. So Gates doesn't need to go the bull route on this 161. He can just use this throw to set it up.
97.
Good darts there from Gates.
He should get one dart at double from here, Gates, no matter what Owen Bates does.
174.
That's fantastic darts from Bates to put the pressure on him here.
Leonard, you require 64.
Another one of those for 32, or is he going to go the 8 tops route?
He's just checking his route. It's double 16 for the match and the title.
32.
He could not get any closer.
There's a match start that's gone begging. So
Owen, you require 24.
up to Bates now. He's got 3 darts in hand for 24 and the title.
Lovely marker.
Game. Shot. And your week 2 winner of the MODUS Super Series, Owen Bates.
3 is Owen Bates. The debutant takes the win this week. He's been there and thereabouts all week. This is a massive bonus. He heads to the Pro Tours tomorrow with massive confidence from winning week 2 here at the MODUS Super Series. He joins John Worsley in finals week, and there is the story of the game. 100 average for Owen Bates, super stuff in the final, and Leonard Gates not too shabby at all with 94.43.
First leg, it's Matt to throw first.
A bit of a
game
look
on.
through his numbers and his data and things. I was like, the averages don't quite match the results that he's getting. I mean, some of the results that he's had recently, he's beat people like Scott Williams, Mike Warburton, Jim McEwen, and you're thinking, but the average is running so low. And then when he mentioned there that he
120.
started bad and then he played better at the end of the year, you look a little bit deeper and it goes in line with what you said on the balcony of this recent upward surge in his levels of performance.
85.
And I like what he said in the... I like one thing he said in the interview, and I hate something else he said in it. So he said, being here is going to be a good
97.
learning experience. So he's looking to take something away from this, whether it's qualifying through for Saturday, whether it's £5,000 on Saturday
100.
night, or whether it's some experience. He's going to develop off the back of this with that sort of growth attitude. The bit I didn't like about it is when
43.
he said that the form he showed recently has made him lucky enough to be here. You're not lucky to be here. He wasn't walking past and they went, we need a player. In
Can you play darts, mate?
96.
And lucky is a word I hate.
Same.
Hate it. And I used to get all the time when I was coaching football, like someone would shoot and miss, go, oh, unlucky. No, it's not unlucky.
No.
Unlucky
41.
is a bolt of lightning coming down, striking the tree falling over the goal and stopping the ball from crossing the line. That's unlucky. What it was you missed.
140.
It was bad technique or poor practice. Something we can work on to make sure you don't miss in future. Luck is not a part of it. But the reason Cam Crabtree, easy to say, is here
60. Cam, you
isn't
require
because he
80.
got lucky. It's because his form recently has been that good. He's beat the likes of Scott Williams, who has dominated
Game
the
shot on
Challenge
the first
Tour.
leg. Cam Crabtree.
Oh, what a debut leg that is. A 14-dart breaker throw. Matt Jackson starting with 2 treble 20s. And then getting
Second leg, it's
an
Cam to throw
unfortunate
first.
bounce out. Oof, could be steady in here.
No,
Game
that's unlucky. We've hit the wire. It's come
Yeah.
out the board. That's unlucky. If he would have gone and missed and got a big 20, that's not unlucky.
No.
That's a miss.
Well, this is my first look
134.
at young Cam Crabtree. I'm just going to call him Cam from now on.
100.
What do you think of the technique?
Slightly overbalanced. The shoulder just coming a bit too far down, so that's going to put a little bit of tension on the knee.
180.
But despite that, it's pretty much there.
It is, isn't it? I like it.
96.
And you don't hit 9 darters by accident. Well, the stance is nice and wide. I'd say there's a little bit of it's. But the
140.
head stays still. There's not too much shock into the shoulder. Full extension. Land very flat on the board.
98.
which
Cam, you require 47.
sometimes cause a few issues. Not so here. This is for an 11.
Game shot on the second leg. Cam Crabtree.
Wow. Well, if you didn't know he is, you do now. 25 darts doing the opening 2 legs.
Third leg, it's Matt to throw first.
Which equates to family and friends of Cam. Quickly get your
57.
screenshots ready.
Yeah, get your cameras out. Welcome to the Super Series.
140.
It's going up. And I tell you what, you're Matt Jackson.
99.
What are you thinking? You've been here all week. You've played some good darts in spells. You start off against a 19-year-old debutant, and he starts throwing 122 average against you.
Yeah, you know you're playing well when you hit a ton and your average starts to come down. I always say that's a great indication of
50.
the level of play.
$60. $97.
It's interesting that he picked up Robert Thornton as well as part of the players this week.
140.
I mean, he was playing darts before Cam was even born.
40.
So was I.
Cam, you require
For sure.
61.
Pants older than Cam. It's too good.
Game shot on the third
Not
leg.
only is the
Cam
scoring
Crabtree.
absolutely exquisite, so is the finishing. 3 out of 3. 3-0 up in the blink of an eye. A
leg, it's
double
Cam to
breaker
throw
throw,
first.
winning legs of
Game on.
14, 11 and 15. He's averaging 112.72.
And there are no signs of stopping.
140.
No, I mean, we've all done it where you're aware when you're in a game like this, you're winning comfortably and you're 3-0 up and you're thinking
123.
I'm averaging over and you start thinking about it. It's not even in his mind.
100.
All he's thinking about is winning a game of darts. That's what happens when you're not damaged goods. There's no scars. He's carrying no
60.
baggage.
$140.
This is relentless. 140, ton 140. Could be a 4-0 start.
135. Cam, you require
115 average. The record, I
121.
believe, is 118. And the whole existence of this format.
Game, shots, and the match.
That
Cam
is
Crabtree.
absolutely incredible. What an opening match and what a display from the young 19-year-old on debut. 115.62 the average. 4 out of 4 on doubles. 100%. A ton plus finish, 6 140s, 1 180. What a performance that was.